Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, week number 83, a special edition, the Team Liquid Map Contest 20 edition. I'm, of course, your host, Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to something special here. Welcome to the Team Liquid Map Contest edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We are featuring 8 brand new maps. 8 new maps here are going to be showcased, and we're jumping into our first one. We're jumping into Killer's Mile, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Orange Protoss, representing clan among SE2 people. The owner, actually, it is Rennie Hour. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents, we have his teammates, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, also representing among SE2 people. It is Gillyman. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Both these two players are more semi-pro, if not amateur, up-and-coming Korean players. They are here. They're facing off the first round, and I'm excited to feature our new maps. Let's go. Let us go. If you were here last night, you would already be aware that we did actually cover some of these new maps last night in Sea Ducking Open. Did feature some of them last night. There were some that did leave an impression, like Lost Fantasy, like I almost said Dragon Claw. Sandworm, that's it. Like Sandworm as well. Definitely some interesting maps, and now we're here to feature some more maps in the new map pool. This is Killer's Mile. Fun fact, this is actually made by the person whose ID is Killer Smile. So very creative, clearly, is the map maker in question. So this is, in a way, his namesake, in a way, as we settle into our first map. So far, we have our initial setup here. So the main base is going to be available to us. We do have, I guess, a way into the main here with a Reaper Cliff alongside a Blink location, but a very kind of small way into the main. There are some otherwise blockers in place to try to avoid that, to try to make this place more secure. Likewise, limited dead space behind the main base. We do have our natural as well. Like we have seen in a lot of these new maps, there's actually a lot of space between the natural mineral line here. This is to try to deter and to help against early game, or I shouldn't say early game harassment, against harassment in general. Like Banshees, Liberators, whatever harassment comes into a middle line is going to be more exposed because they have to go further into the base, further into the natural. Likewise, we also embrace the map itself. There's some ramps in the center. The center base location here is almost similar to, in a way, ley lines, where the center base is a little bit more exposed, is more accessible from the low ground, from the left, from the right-hand side. The third base, likewise, a lot of entrances towards the third. There's an entrance towards the right, also a ramp on the left-hand side. So the bases here are a little bit more exposed. Even here on the right-hand side, you have multiple entrances towards the linear third base as well. So this map does feel a little bit more open. There's a lot more attack pods available. There are some towers that can be knocked down at one point. We'll see if we can get there. For now, standard opener out of our Protoss player, and our Terran is going for a 1 base 1-1-1. Okay, interesting. Hold on, I do need to set this up. Bam, beautiful. But we do have a one base all in. Okay, never mind. Straight up 1 base all in here from our Terran player. We stay on 1 base, going 1-1-1 into a second ranks. Most likely gonna pull the boys. We have Marines, Cyclones, tanks, medevacs. Everything is gonna be sent across the map. I would love to embrace this map a little bit more, but we won't be able to too much. At least we can take note of the defensive features. There is a very narrow ramp coming into the natural, very Abyssal Reef-esque, kind of like Abyssal Reef, kind of like the other map that comes to mind, King's Cove, kind of like King's Cove as well. So a very narrow ramp. This makes it difficult to all in up the ramp into the natural, I will say that, as there is a very defendable location here on top of said ramp. Now, of course, you can rotate over to the right hand side and try to go for a bit of a different angle of attack that is available here to our Terran, and most likely what's going to happen. Speaking of, Marine drop across the map. This is a very fast third nexus. Ready hour? Pappy, calm down. We're going 3-gate blink into a third base. We're rushing into a third. Ready hour still doesn't know what's going on. Again, it's still a 1 base all in. We can't afford to get a third base. Not here. Not like this. Not like this. As there we go, does force a cancel. Ready hour stuck on 2 bases, is making a safety immortal, has a safety shield battery, thankfully has some units to defend, and will have warpins as well, as Blink is about to finish. Now, the third base is right next to the natural, so this third base actually looks quite defendable, is what I will say. Coming into a later game, we're not going to get there, but I do see this base. On the one hand, it is close by, it's very defendable. At the same time, though, it is still very open, so there's some pros and cons. It's close to the natural, it's close to the main, but at the same time, it's very open when it comes to trying to hold on to it here. When it comes to these greater arcs, when it comes to these greater concaves. Likewise, Hour does move out. Couple workers going to be holding here to that Liberator. Meanwhile, back at home, still one base setup here. This is going to hit a little bit later. This I'm less fond of. It looks like a 3-1-1 setup. We are waiting for stim, so it's going to take a little bit longer, but it does mean that this will most likely hit with 3 tanks. We have 2 tanks, and a 3rd tank is on the way. So this is still going to hit like a truck, and again, Hour, he's going to slow this down. He does spot the push, he confirms no expansion, there it is, the poise are being pulled one way or another, the game is about to end. I'll pick up, does save the Cyclone. Cyclone is saved. Gilliman does commit. Ooh, catches one of the Stalkers. Does get one. Does get one, keeps on pushing, oh, taking a lot of hits though. Does take a lot of damage, will bleed out a couple of SCVs. Cyclone does not go down the Stalkers. Ooh, we're lacking Blink. We're lacking control here. Otherwise, Hour was distracted by the Liberator. Yeah, massive loss. Massive losses here for Hour. 7 Stalkers going down. Brutal pickup. And this may just be too much. Gilliman may just have too much here. He commits to the 2-base all-in. The poise are here. Stim is done. Tanks have yet to siege, so the DPS here is going to be a little bit lessened here. Immortals, they focus on one of the tanks. I'll pick up, oh my god, the micro. He saves both. Does save both tanks us around. And the Immortals are not getting out of here. They're not getting out. One Immortal should fall, the other barely escapes. Shield battery coming into play, but alas, Gilliman, yeah, he overwhelms. He breaks on through, takes out both Immortals, takes out the Stalkers, and will overwhelm. As he gets the entire middle line tanks, they finally do siege up. On top of the production, on top of the natural. And Gilliman, he's done it. It was a delayed 1-base all-in, but GG gets called, and Gilliman will take game number 1. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. Does take lead in the series. Again, Hour unfortunately took him a little bit too long to realize what was happening. More importantly, remember, he lost 7 Stalkers. His Stalkers, they were meant to slow down the push. They were meant to pick away at the SCVs. But as the army was pushing out across the map, he lost them. He lost every single Stalker. He got surrounded. He got shut down. The Blink Micro was not there. The Blink Micro was not there for Hour. Likewise, he wasn't stutter stepping either, and he lost every single one of his Stalkers. That was a big blow there for Hour, and alas, he just didn't have enough left over. Didn't have enough back at home. GG, well played with that. Hour does, he does take the loss initially. Gilliman will take a 1-0 lead, and now we're getting ready for game numero 2. Getting ready for game 2, and ooh, where are we dropping? Game 2 is going to be on Diffusion. Okay, so when it comes to the previous map, there were some certain advantages on that map when it comes to defensive positions, especially at the ramp, especially in the center, that didn't really come into play. Now we load into a very different map, a map that I don't think I've seen before. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm excited. We are loading into another 2-player spawn map. There is a 3-player spawn map in the map pool. That is true. We'll get there. Potentially we'll get there. I hope we do. But this is Hour's map of choice. I don't know how much experience many of these players will have with these maps, but hopefully more experience over time. And here we go. We're jumping into game number 2. Oh, as we have changed colors. God damn it. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Diffusion, we have our South Green Protoss player, the Orange Protoss, representing his team among SC2 people. It is Hour. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player from South Korea. Also on team among SC2 people, it is Gilliman. I see someone else in the chat. Isn't Hour a Hearthstone player? He is. He has been playing SC2 for the past month, maybe 2 months. In recent times this year, he has been competing, has been playing, started his own team, and has been, just spending a lot of time playing SC2. Again, we have been seeing him in our brackets over the past, 2 or 3 weeks. Maybe over a month at this point. Maybe over a month. Likewise, a lot of players have kind of gathered around him as well, so it's great to see him, I want to say, almost revitalizing the amateur SC2 scene. I'm referring to players like Lunacy, Rebellion, Gillyman as well, and Prome, many others. Great to see. It is great to see. But here we go. We do have, once again, double gas. Okay. I feel like I should focus a little bit on the game first before diving into the map, but it is going to be double gas opener here out of our Terran player. Once again, double gas means a later expansion, and after what just happened in game 1, there is a high chance that we might even commit to another one based all in. Regardless, it should be a factory before command center. And as if on cue, there it is. Factory is on the way. Now, when it comes to embracing the rest of the map here, this does look a little bit more standard. This time there is dead space behind the bases, outside of the natural, outside of the main base. We do see here a greater entrance here towards the main when it comes to blink, when it comes to blinking in, when it comes to trying to abuse that main location. The natural is tucked away a little bit more. There's less room behind the natural mineral line as opposed to the previous map. So here, drop play and harassment is more effective, and we are opening up proxy factory, double factory, one base all in. Okay. Meanwhile, when it comes to some of the features of the map, we do have a Zelnaga. Interesting location. Zelnaga's on the low ground, surrounded by massive ramps, I should say. So interesting kind of setup here in the center of the map. Likewise, the third base location, triangular third base, is a little bit more defendable here with ramps. I say that there's a lot of ramps. There's a ramp here on the right hand side, a ramp towards the center, a ramp towards the left, another ramp here as well. So there's a lot of these choke points, but I can see this game, this map leading to longer games just because it is a larger map. A lot of bases, very large map, a lot of ramps throughout the center as well, a lot of high ground, a lot of low ground locations, steam vents, rocks as well. It's very clustered, I will say. There's like a lot going on when it comes to the layouts or the lay of the land on the map itself. We're not going to get there though, because again, it's a one base all in. God damn it. We're rushing into Macville Accelerator's Mass Cyclone. It's a Mass Cyclone out of Gillyman. Likewise, I find these two bases really interesting as well, just because they're bases in the middle of attack pods or scouting pods as well. There's not like too much room here, but we're not really going to get there. Meanwhile, Rennie Hour back at home going for a Robo Opener. This is typically a very safe way to play, just because a Robo Opener gives you access to early immortal production, so you can build up your immortal count really early on. But Mass Cyclone is going to be a bit of an issue here, as the boys are being pulled, Rax is floating across the map as an overlord just for vision, and right now we have Vanilla Stalkers to defend. Now there is going to be that prism to micro. The boys are here too soon. We're here a little bit too soon. There we go, Cyclone is revealed. Shield battery is ready, and so far good control. Does kite back. Does kite back. This time the control is there. This time doesn't lose a single Stalker, not yet. Takes out all the SEVs. Takes out all the workers, and he should be able to break the lock-on. Does break it. And lock-on is broken. The boys are all dead. There's barely any repairs going on. Oh, lift! Oh my god. Lift, Pappy, lift! He will lose one Stalker. One Stalker goes down. But in the end, Rennie Hour, he should shut this down. He should shut this down completely. Again, the Immortal has arrived. Extra Stalkers. What did he lose? One Stalker? Yep, one Stalker and one Adept. Very nice hold here from Rennie Hour. The Cyclones are still doing what they can. Ideally, they want to lock on the Prism, but they cannot get close. They cannot get close. The Rax does crumble. And back at home, what is it to defend? As another Cyclone falls, there is nothing. There's nothing at home. There's no CC, no Starport. GG gets called, and Rennie Hour fights back and ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. But yes, to reiterate what someone said earlier, Rennie Hour, he was a Hearthstone player, a Hearthstone pro player, a pretty soul player. He was also a content creator as well, so there's plenty of content of him on his YouTube channel, but recently did decide to go back into StarCraft 2. So it's great to see him returning to StarCraft after so long. For those who don't know, he competed way back when in the beta, if not Wings of Liberty. Like, that's when Rennie Hour was competing in SC2 back in Wings of Liberty. Then he retired. He retired out of Heart of the Swarm, out of Legacy of the Void, and only recently returning to the game. So it's really cool to see him back. Really cool to see him. I was actually probing him a little bit. I was asking him, like, oh, like, what brought you back to StarCraft after so many years? And he said that his friend kept pestering him to play, and he emphasized who his friend was. It's Lunacy. that makes sense. That makes sense. Lunacy. Papi Lunacy, of course, a player, a Korean Protoss that we have featured many times here on the channel. Is a regular. You know, he's even rocking up in the chat as well. Oh. So yeah, it is great to see. It's great to see that Lunacy, he's dragging in more players. Hashtag blame Lunacy. Exactly. Lunacy. Go. Oh, so we're getting into our ace match. Here we go, we're getting into our next matchup, getting into the ace match here as we load into Persephone. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our South Korean Protoss player, South Korean Protoss, who is distracted. We have our Orange Protoss player representing team among SC2 people. It is Rennie Hour. Should I be calling it like Rainer? Is that like, is it meant to be like Rainier? Like, because there's a capital H, I'm saying it like 2 words, like Rennie Hour. Is that correct? Is it 1 word? I should ask him. That's spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Or bottom left, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Gillyman. Here we go. As we do load into Persephone, this is a very interesting map in the map pool, by the way. So as we get into this, we have our main base. Likewise, we have only one kind of angle here where something like Stalkers can threaten the main. Likewise, the natural is a little bit more exposed in a sense. It's a bit of a smaller natural base. There is some dead space here in the corners of the map. More importantly, though, we have the right-hand flank. There's like an entire alley back here of speed zones. We have a line of speed zones here lining up the right hand side. We have a center goal base with more speed zones as well, fully walled off with rocks initially, but there is a gold, there are speed zones here on the right. Likewise, short rush distance by air on the left hand side. Very short rush distance by air from base to base. It is similar to that of El Dorado, for those that are curious. I think maybe even a little bit shorter than El Dorado. When it comes to rush distance by ground, that's where things are a little bit different. Before I get ahead of myself, I believe that is a healing shrine. Let's go. Healing shrine is available here to heal up some units. I don't know how quickly that works, if it's like slow regen over time. I would love to see this come into play. I don't know if our players are aware, but there is a healing shrine here on the map. Likewise, when it comes to taking our third bases, there is a triangular third that's on the high ground that does have a ramp, a very narrow ramp leading into it, so very defendable third base location. Likewise, you can try to wall this area off on the right hand side as well. The low ground third is going to be a little bit more exposed and a little bit more difficult to hold on to. Bear that in mind, but you can try to expand away from your opponent. Likewise, once again, a really unorthodox setup here of ramps and pathways make it very interesting to expand and to even attack into as well. Like, I'm imagining trying to push into this setup, and it can be a little bit awkward at times. Likewise, destructible towers to wall these areas off. But before I get ahead of myself, wait, he's crazy. He's expanding. Gillyman, he found his CC button. He's crazy. Oh my god. For the first time this series, and the Adept does confirm. You can see the double scat as well. But Rennie Hour, he wants to make sure that he's not seeing things. He's like, hold on, there's a base. He's not one base all in. Now this is when he just takes the natural. He doesn't make any SCVs and he just pull the boys. That's that's what you do at that. Oh my god. But alas, he is going to be expanding. Now behind this, what's important is a 2-on-1. we have a second Rax before the starport. Now, this second Rax typically means Tech Lab into Stim. Yep, there it is. Stim is on the way. So, what I will say, this Tech Lab is late. This build is a little bit wonky, and the Tech Lab is delayed. Usually, you go for an add-on swap. You make the Tech Lab on the factory, then you add-on swap once the Rax is done, and you hit Stim as quickly as possible. So, this should be a Stim rush into medevac timing. So, 16 Marines, 2 medevacs, and the timing across the map. But this is done in a bit of a different way. So this is going to hit a little bit later. So this is going to be a later 2-on-1 from our Terran player, and that is not Stim. That is Concussive Shell. Okay. Huh. That's so this is different. We are add-on swapping into medevacs, but that is the fast Tech Lab on the factory. So this is going to be a 2-on-1 concussive shell timing with what looks to be tanks. This looks hyper aggressive. This looks like we're probably going to pull the boys alongside this. Meanwhile, so far good control here by Reniour. Does poke in, picks up a couple of Marines. Has to be careful, the concussive shell is about to kick in. He does spot that Marauder, he has to respect it. Does have to respect it. Behind this, third base is being taken. It is a, Twilight Council opener. Blink is already done. So 3-gate blink into a third base. Pretty safe build here by Reniour. But if you remember, he also went for a safe build in game 1. It comes down to the control, comes down to his micro. Tank production has begun. We're going for delayed Stim instead from our Terran. This means it's going to be a later timing. Oh no! Medevac is not going to go down. Medevac doesn't fall. And as much as I would love to see the healing shrine, the goal base, the speed zones, all this come to play, just because of the kind of player that Gilliman is, because we've seen nothing but all-in so far, I don't think any of this is going to come into play. I'll be honest. I feel like we're going to just send it across the map, and one way or another, someone is going to go down. Here we go, Gilliman does push at the same time. Stalkers, they blink in. Oh, they blink in at the same time. SCV's going to go down. Very nice timing here by Reniour. Catches the SCVs, catches the Marines, takes down a depot. Tank does siege, but this is delaying the push. It is delaying the push. Third base getting fully saturated. Well, we're getting there. Charge on the way, extra gateways. And again, because the Observer, as soon as the Terran moves out, I mean, we are ready to blink in. We're now just waiting for his moment. And you can see he sees everything. He's forcing more Raxes. Delaying the Terran. Containing the Terran even. And likewise, Reniour now going for his own gateway explosion into mass charge lots. So Blink Stalker into +1 charge lots here from Reniour. Things are looking better for our Protoss. As the Terran is still contained. Oh! Tank load going up. Oh yeah, some awkward blinks. One Stalker should not go down. Barely does blink away. Oh no! Forcing a bit of friendly fire. Bit of a misclick there from our Terran player. Likewise, gateways are finishing up. The Bay is on the way for Colossus production. Gas is soon to be taken. Oh! Does Stim out. There we go. Finally, he breaks out. Do you see what I see on the minimap? I see a big blob. It's the SCVs, isn't it? Yeah, let's go. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing here for our Terran, as to be expected from Gilliman. He is going for a 2-base all-in, but so far, bleeds out a couple of Marines. The boys are here to repair. They're here to buffer. The tanks do on siege. And it's all or nothing for the Terran. One way or another, the game is about to end. But he's moving into charge lots. Let's go around left-hand side. Now, the Observer did see the move out. Did see the all-in. Reniour knows. Out of position. Does move out. Okay. Thankfully coming back. Kind of. Yeah, he does miss the main army. Yeah, out of position. Tanks will siege. Robo's exposed, and the Colossus may not pop out. Cells take up from behind. Robo does complete. Colossus has the right. The first tank falls. Yeah, he gets one. And he should get the other tank as well. Yeah, it takes out the Liberator, and Reniour is shutting this down completely. 21 SCV kills. And Gilliman, he's down to his last legs, down to not even a final tank. Tank goes down, and with that, Gilliman, he has nothing left. He's kiting back. He has one more tank remaining. Over the Tuna, the final fight, the tank will fall, and alas, Reniauer will reign supreme. He'll reign supreme, shuts down the all-ins, Zelda come in from behind, and GG gets called. Reniauer will take the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. Hey. GG, well played. Reniauer, he will claim the series, will advance on, but a shout out to Gilliman for forcing the ace match and for having a very aggressive style. Unfortunately, because of the non-stop all-ins, we didn't really get to experience the map too much, but it seems to be Gilliman's style. Whether it was game 1 and game 2, 1 base all-ins, or game 3, 2 base all-in. This hyper-aggression out of our Terran player. GG well played. With that, Reniauer, he will advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, who will he face off against? Oh, we can answer that question as we head on over to the Americas region and we switch our scenes and catch up on the bracket. Let's go. Let us go. As we catch up on the bracket and figure out where we are and where we are headed. Hold on, just setting up the players, just so I am ready for what's to come. As we wrap up our round of 32 match, and we're getting ready for our round of 16. Okay. From the top, let's move our bracket. There we go. From the top, we do have some updates. We have Ateshi. Ateshi takes down his opponent 2-0. Ateshi up against Björn in the round 16. That is going to be a PVT. Best of luck to Ateshi, as Björn is the #1 seed, I believe, of the tournament. Scrolling down, we have Iba. Iba takes down Captain Fish 2-0. Iba waiting for the winner of Art as well as Capterhan, so best of luck. I do look forward to seeing Art versus Iba, but best of luck to Capterhan. Scrolling down, we do have Ledlix. Ledlix takes down Matt 2-0. That's a big win. I'll be honest, I favor Matt in that series, so congratulations to Ledlix as he does take the 2-0, advances on the face-off against Christianer in the next round. Does advance on. With that, they're going to be facing off in that round 16. Scrolling down, we have Geralt. Geralt up against Adamin in the first round. We have Azura versus Hacker's top. Reniauer takes down Gilliman 2-1 and is now up against Skillus in that second round. Let's go. So Skillus versus Reniauer is going to be coming up next on the channel. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Nick Rat. He's up against Homono in the TVT. We have Trigger waiting for Prom or Dash in a PvP. And we have Percival versus Rebellion in the round of 16. Here we go. So we have, bam, there we go, just going down. So we have the majority of our round of 32 wrapping up. There's still a couple of stragglers, still a couple of matches that are still getting underway. So best of luck. But again, as I just mentioned, up next on the channel, Skillus. Skillus versus Reniauer PvP is coming up next. Skillus is coming in as a heavy hitter. He is a champion of Sparkling Tuna. He's the #2 seed of the tournament, and we'll see if anyone can stop him. Again, we got some big names down here. We got Trigger, we have got Percival, Rebellion, Nickrat, Hormono as well, Probe and Dash. Plenty of big names that can threaten Skillus. We'll see if they can. We'll see if they will. See if they will. As looks like our lobby is ready. And game 1 is going to be on Pylon. And as we get into this, a big shout out in the chat to Erebus Black. Baby God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great time competing. I know you were up against Honmono in the first round, so I hope you had a great time. And welcome all those from Erebus's channel. Hope you guys had a great time. Just catching up in the chat. Happy to report we have no no-shows today. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Good day from the RSA. Good day, good day. Don't know who the RSA is, but hope you're having a good day. Never a good idea to register when you just wake up. Oh, no, no. Get some breakfast, get some coffee, Este nice. GG, GG. Hope you're able to enjoy the new maps, I will say at least, as scrolling or as spawning in the top left hand corner of Pylon, we have our red Protoss player. We have our South Korean Protoss represent. Oh, fix up the. There we go. We have our South Korean Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Reniauer. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I didn't want to gloss over it. My apologies. Erebus took a map off of Honmono. Big win. Let's go. So I apologize. I glossed over it. Didn't notice, but very well played. Very well done. Honmono is not an easy player to bring down. So congrats. Well played. Well played, Pack. Well played. As we jump into Pylon, PvP on Pylon does make plenty of sense here, as we do have a bit of a larger main base available here, more so than we have seen so far in our featured maps. Likewise, we do have these larger areas here behind the mineral line to make this natural a little bit more defendable. Coming in towards that third location, the ramp into the base is actually a little bit further out, so that does mean that the natural is a little bit more exposed, a little bit more difficult to defend. Very wide ramp, might I add. Likewise here on the right hand side, also the ramps are further back as well. Multiple angles of attack towards that linear third, the triangular third as well. Multiple angles here towards the left, towards the right. We can even potentially siege up on the low ground here on the right hand side to try to lay siege upon that location. So yeah, we do have these more open locations outside of the bases. There are some bridges in the center. True, there are some bridges here that can factor in to kind of choke the area up to make a stand. But it's a pretty large map. It's a very large map. A lot of bases, a lot of more open spaces towards the center, I will say, at least a little bit. Like, I'm comparing this to the previous map that we weren't able to really get into. Was it Killer's Mile? Killer's Mile, which had like ramps everywhere. there was just like points of elevation all over the place. Here, we're holding back. Here, there's more like open plains, more so than some of the previous maps we've seen. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of Skillus, likewise Stargate opener out of Reniauer. Both players are expanding. 2-gate opener. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say 2-gate opener here, but no, never mind. Gate expands all around. Let's go. Mirrored builds. Both of our players go for their own variation of the max packs. And as a result, welcome one and all to Phoenix Wars. Sorry, I was a little bit enamored with the map itself. I got caught away. I got caught up in it. And yeah, Phoenix Wars. Let's go. Let us go. So basically, we had Gate Cyber expands from both players, Stargate openers from both players scouted, both players are aware, and now both players are making Phoenixes. Oh, 2 probes go down. That 1 kill on the probe, let's go. Worker does fall, Zelda, they do bust into the main, and this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand already, the boys are being pulled, more probes are falling. Alas, unfortunately, Reniauer, he skipped his gateway unit, and without a gateway unit, he is struggling here against the first adept. Yeah, the first adept is getting out of hand for Zelda as well, gonna get 6 probe kills already. Aye, 6, 7 workers go down, 8 workers. And this is brutal damage early on. Before we can even embrace our Phoenix production, Skillus takes the lead. And what's scary is that because Reniauer is crippled economically, he cannot afford a second Stargate as quickly. He cannot afford making 2 Phoenixes at a time. Now, at least Skillus was locked into his own main base, so his mining is a little bit delayed. But again, double Phoenix production is coming, and Reniauer, again, he just can't afford it. After those losses, he cannot afford a Phoenixes that didn't move out. But it's very much an uphill battle here for Reniauer, as Skillus is trying to chase him down. Two base all-in map. I think the map is too large for that. Like, it's a really large map, longer rush distance by ground. This is longer rush distance by ground than some of the other maps in the map pool that we've featured so far. But so far, yeah, the Phoenixes are going to fall one after the other. GG, well played, and Skillus, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Again, unfortunately, Reniauer, he fell too far behind, losing far too many workers at the start of the game. When you do play Phoenixes like this, it is tempting to skip your first adept. Or your first unit, whether it's Stalker, whether it's Adept, it's tempting to skip it. As we saw, the downside of skipping that first unit is that you have nothing to defend against the first adept of your opponent. And we saw that Zelda adept did so much damage. That was crippling damage. And in the end, Skillus took it from there. He was able to take it from there. GG, well played. Now we're getting into game number 2. Here we go. So Ready Hour this also might just be inexperienced with that kind of scenario. I don't think it's too often or too common that you end up in these Phoenix Wars, and because of that, you know, cutting corners can be tempting. But we're about to feature one of our other new TLMC maps, a map that did stick with me in the previous broadcast. Welcome to Sandworm. Let's go. Jumping into Sandworm. And this is a smaller map, so this is a much smaller map compared to the map that we just loaded into, compared to Pylon. But there are also some unique features. Let's showcase them. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Representing among SC2 people, it is Ready Hour. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player. Representing Team Liquid, it is Skillus. Okay, so first things first, the rush distance by ground is shorter here on Sandworm. That is true, but we feature something unique. We feature these, in a way, Dragon's Teeth in the center. It was dubbed Dragon's Teeth by the map maker, but basically this is similar to the pachinko machine. If you've been watching games on Neo Violet Square, you will know that there are these squares in the center of the map that can kind of trap up or disrupt the movement of units. Here it's a little bit more extreme, where basically certain units can move through this, others cannot. Roaches and Hydras cannot move through. Roaches and Hydras, they cannot fit through these little choke points. Meanwhile, Lings, Marines, and Workers can. As you just saw, Workers can, Lings, Marines, and I want to say Zealots can, Adepts can. I don't think Stalkers cannot. Yeah, Stalkers cannot fit through this. So depending on the size of the units, they're going to be restricted. Likewise, there are also some setups here. There's a gold base in the center of the map, so there's 2 gold bases in the center. But what this means is that this can lead into some interesting engagements in the center of the map as well, when it comes to defending against all-ins or even cutting the map in half. Curious. So we'll see how and when that comes into play. Until then, we do have our openers. Once again, do you see what I see? Gate into Cybercore out of Ready Hour, Gate Cybercore out of Skillus. This looks like the same build 2 games in a row, which means we're expanding and then we're throwing down a Stargate, which means this is the beginning of Phoenix Wars. We'll see if either player doesn't go for the Stargate. There it is, Stargate from Skillus, and do we see a Stargate out of Ready Hour? We should. We should, and we will. So Stargate openers all around, and this is when we start and we do not stop making Phoenixes. Do not stop making Phoenixes. So naturals are being taken. Now, as a reminder, last game we saw Skillus snowball out of control, not with the Phoenixes, but with the first Zealot and first Adept. This time, Ready Hour makes his own Zealot as well, and his own Adept. This time he is ready. This time he doesn't cut as many corners, and we have the equivalent amount of units. As Zealot, they do engage. It's going to be close. The first Zealot is going to go down. Better trade here for Ready Hour. But his own Adept takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Oh! Yeah, and it's going to go down as well. Oh my god, whew, they take each other out. And in the end, Ready Hour gets the better trade as he keeps that one Zealot alive. Behind this, Phoenix production has begun. And Skillus is going for a big risk. He's going double Stargate, Phoenix production, but he goes Oracle first. That means he's going to be down a Phoenix. But the goal here is to catch Ready Hour off guard and get some damage done. He knows that Phoenixes are coming, but he wants to try to get some economic damage done first. It's risky. It's risky because, hey, the Phoenix is waiting, and the Phoenix does come across the Oracle. Yeah, massive catch. Oracle's going to go down. How many probes, though? How many workers will fall? He gets 1. He gets 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is adding up. 7! 7 probes go down. Not bad. And with that, Skillus takes the lead. Now, the plus side for Reniauer is that he is ahead of Phoenixes, and he's got to go. He's got to go here and now. Phoenixes are building up. Reniauer coming in. Can he get the first shot off? He can! Yeah, just get the first shot off. Nicely done. He takes on the first Phoenix, gets one extra shot as well. So Reniauer does take a lead, but the shield battery finishes up just in time. Yeah, the shield battery is ready. Skillous holds. And now Skillous has double Phoenix production. 2 at a time. Likewise, so is Reniauer. Trying to keep up. Oh, he engages. Does commit. Takes down a Phoenix. Not bad. He gets 1. He gets 2. Whew. Better trades. And we have to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away. Better trades here for Reniauer. Oh! This is so risky. Those Phoenixes, they're so low. Yeah, they're so incredibly low. More reinforcements, they have arrived. Reniauer, he shouldn't be taking this fight. He'll bleed out, so we'll trade 1-to-1. Still an okay trade here for Reniauer. And he wants that final Phoenix. He's gonna get it. He should bring it down. Yeah, there's no escaping this. Oh my god. Whew. And honestly, Reniauer is in a better position. He just has to preserve these Phoenixes. That's easier said than done. He's racing back home. He has to build up those shields. Gathering up more Phoenixes, looking at the units here. Again, Reniauer, he has 5 Phoenixes, but he cannot fight head on. Not yet. Shattering their shields. Skillous in a rough position, down 2 Phoenixes. Now the Phoenixes are still low though for Reniauer. They're still very low. They can be targeted down. Oh, commits. Yeah, he does commit in. And Reniauer, has he done it? He will bleed out 2 Phoenixes. Nice target firing out of Skillous. But Skillous, he should still lose this fight. He will lose everything. And now it's time. It's go time. Reniauer is snowballing out of control. He does push out. There are some shield batteries. That is true. That will complicate things. No shield battery in the main. Going for the economy, but really he should be king of the production. Does miss an opportunity. Shield batteries are finishing up in the main base as well. That is the place to fight, as shield battery is not ready yet. Reniauer still in a decent position. Oh no! Still in a decent position. We'll bleed out 1 Phoenix. He's now only up 1 Phoenix, so that lead that he once had isn't as large as it once was. And he overextended there. Basically, he got caught lifting a unit. Because one of his Phoenixes was lifting a unit, it wasn't able to fight, it wasn't able to fire. Did lose it. Couldn't kite it back. Uh-oh. Oh no! No, Reniauer! He rallies in! Rallies in, free Phoenix goes down, and now suddenly Reniauer is not ahead. Suddenly he is equivalent here, he's even on Phoenixes. Doesn't have that Phoenix lead that he once did. And Skillous is recovering. It's Reniauer. He was up 2 Phoenixes for so long and he lost both. Lost both Phoenixes, he lost his lead. Both players taking into Phoenix range. Annual Pulse Crystals on the way. Skillous, he's now the aggressor. Reniauer stuck at home. I don't see any shield batteries. Yeah, no shield battery support. Just straight up Phoenixes instead. Skillous pulls away. Now we're stuck at home. Now the next big power spike here is going to be 1 Phoenix range, which is more or less even between our players. It is slightly faster for Skillous, so there might be a window of opportunity where he can use it. Now Phoenix range, what does that mean? That means Skillous shoots first. That means Skillous, he will get the first shot off, and it will take a Phoenix lead. He's waiting for that moment. 10 more seconds. 5 seconds. He's going in. He's going to hit that timing. 1 second. Does commit. Takes out 1 Phoenix instantly. And he's going to bully this back. He'll bully this back. Nice stacking at the Skillous. Phoenix range is brutal. And Reniauer, he just cannot engage. He tries to, but he bleeds out another Phoenix. Yeah, another 2 Phoenixes go down. It's just too much. It's just too much. Skillous, he can just take the fight, and Skillous will overwhelm. Reniauer, he played well. He played well here this game. There were moments where he was ahead, but again, he lost that lead, and now he has nothing. Now he has nothing. He's going to be camped and will lose every single Phoenix. GG gets called, and Skillous will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Skillus. He will claim the series, will advance on. My condolences to Reniauer, but again, really close game. Really close game. Reniauer, he had some nice moments as well. He was able to take a lead early on, but he lost the lead. He lost the lead. He did overextend. He did lose, or he rallied one Phoenix in, and the other Phoenix likewise also was kind of stuck lifting units. Also went down. So very intense game. GG, well played. Skillus, he will claim the series, and now we're going to be following Skillus into his next match. I believe into a PVT between himself and Nicaract. Moment. Here we go. Just catching up with the chat. What MMR are these players? I mean, they're pro. Like, Skills, literally one of the best players in the world. I would say top 3 Protoss in Europe. At sometimes arguably top 2 Protoss in Europe. So I'd say a very good player. And likewise, Reniauer getting at his moments in that game as well. Reniauer's retired, right? It's kind of weird to say that. Reniauer, he retired like in 2012, like a long time ago. He recently came back. He recently returned to the game. It's been great to see his return as well. Great to see his return. Catching up. Love Skillus. Showtime clears though. Oh, tell that to Showtime. Oh, tell that to Skillus as he took him down not too long ago. Was it last week or the week before where Skillus, he took down Showtime and he took down Max Pax in the War TV Monday? He beat both of them. Did beat both of them. Again, if you've been watching StarCraft recently, you will know that the skill gap between Skillus and Showtime and MaxPax has been closing over the past, I want to say, 6 months. Like, maybe a little bit more than 6 months, maybe over the past 8 months. Has been closing quite a bit. So it's been great to see the growth of one of our Protoss players here. But here we go, we're jumping into our fresh series, jumping into our fresh best of 3, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. In top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have Skillus. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our match. Here we go. There was a moment where he was top 3 Protoss overall, fought with MaxPax hero head-to-head. He's a bit of a slump. I would disagree with that. I think if your perception is that Skillus is in the slump, it sounds like you haven't been watching StarCraft. As I just mentioned, it was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, where he defeated MaxPax and Showtime. If you've been watching Skillus in the OSC Season 12 Championship, that was in February. Skillus, he defeated Cure. He 2-1'd Cure, I think he 2-0'd Bjorn, and he 2-0'd, no, sorry, 2-0, sorry, he 3-2'd Cure, went to the ace match in the best of 5, and then I think he 3-0'd Bjorn, and then he 3-0'd Hero. So he beat Hero, Bjorn, and Cure. That was back in February. So what you're telling me, if you haven't seen these matches, and if you haven't seen Skillus beat these players, is you haven't been watching the CranKy Ducklings. What's going on? Oh my god. You haven't been watching StarCraft. Ay, ay, ay. But here we go. R settling in. So far, we do have our setup. It is going to be a gate expand, standard opener here out of Skillus. Meanwhile, we do see Nicaract going for a Rax expand, economic opener, 1 gas in the main. We're settling in. R going to be settling in. Reaper does move out. Start chipping away at the Zealot. Does chip away. Depth on the chase. Going to be a Stargate opener here by Skillous. Bold move. Actually, haven't gone into the map itself yet. Not yet, as Reaper does come in for the scout, and the Reaper will confirm the tech. The Reaper sees the Stargate. So big scout here from Nickrat, and welcome 1-0 to Persephone as we do settle in. This is the map, of course, with the goal base in the center. We have the goal base in the center. We have the speed zones here on the right-hand side as well. More importantly, short rush distance by air. So I'm sure that is a factor into the Oracle opener. Again, short rush distance by air does kind of factor into this, does benefit something like a Stargate Oracle opener, but at least Nickrat is aware. Remember, he scouted. He knows. So Nickrat, he is aware of the opener of choice, does pull away. Going for a Cyclone opener back at home, preparing for the Phoenix or the Oracle. He didn't see the first unit, but he knows what's coming. He knows it's a Stargate. Rico. That's so far. Guessing SCV. SCV goes down, Oracle into the main base, more workers going to be falling. Alas, Nickrat, he's caught out of position, the Cyclone's already. Yeah, the Cyclone is a couple of seconds too late, and a factor into that might just be the size of the map and how short the rush distance is, as Oracle is going to be shut down. Ooh, does overextend, but did get 6 SCV kills. 6 SCVs went down, Adept harass continues, double Adept into that natural, and he doesn't commit. Doesn't quite commit. Phoenix is going to be amassing. Behind this, going for a transition out of Stargate into Twilight Council. Interesting. So, with this, it is only Oracle into a handful of Phoenixes. Did delay his Phoenix production a little bit there. Getting to, I would imagine, charge. So there should be a charge follow-up out of our Protoss. Now, the reason for this is because Phoenixes, their role is to hunt down drop play and to contain the Terran player, the same role as Blink, so you typically don't want to double up. Blink and Phoenixes, they have the same role, so instead, charge is the go-to. Likewise, of course, Phoenix is very gas intensive. But that goes down, gets one, get the other. Nickrat, he breaks out. Likewise, he's recovering, saturating his bases. Gets another lock on. Forces back the Phoenixes. And what's important here is that on the one hand, yes, Nickrat, he's holding, he's defending, but at the same time, he's also stuck at home. He was forced to make Vikings, he still has no medevacs, he's still building up his tanks, he was forced to make Cyclones as well. Oh, speaking of, are we getting ready for a move out? We are. Now, this is why Stargate openers are less common and less popular, is pushes like this. Like these big move outs here. What can Phoenixes do defensively? They can lift up one unit at a time, but if everything shoots up, Phoenixes, they can crumble. They can and they will crumble, so defensively, they're not ideal. And this is where Skillous is at his weakest. Is defending against his push. Viking moves in. Behind this, charge is just about to finish. Yeah, just in time. Charge is now done, and Skillous, he wants that fight. He wants that army. Nickrat, he realizes how vulnerable he is. He backs the hell off, he retreats, and pulls away. Despite that, we'll still lead out some Marines. And Marines are hunted down. Very nice catch here from Skillous. Chases down the bio. Likewise, Reapers into the natural. Zell's charging and forcing friendly fire, and he will go for the lift. Takes out the Cyclone, takes out the tank as well. More boys being pulled, and even if Skillous doesn't kill here and now, he's crippling the economy. Yeah, 14 SCV kills. A hit's all going down, and from here, Skillous, he will overwhelm. The final tank barely survives. Barely does hold. But that's how many? That's 23 SCVs. That's every single worker here in the mineral line. 23 workers going down, and what did Skillous lose? Only Zealot. The Phoenixes survived, a couple of Stalkers and Sentries survived as well. Yeah, bleeds out 8 Zealots and 2 Phoenixes. And behind this, expands. So Skillous, he does take a lead. He cripples the economy, he does punish Nickrat for moving out. Did punish him for pushing. And now Nickrat, he's in a rough position here. Now he does have a stim timing available. Stim is about to finish, combat shields as well. And because of all his losses, I can only really see a 2-base all-in working. I can see we pull the boys, what little we have left, we commit with everything we have. Even then, though, it's not going to be easy. The problem is charge. If this was earlier, if this was only against, you know, Phoenixes and vanilla Stalkers, that's a different story. But charge does complicate things. And because that Nickrat, he's stuck at home. There's a chance if these Widow Mines can pop off. Oh. If they connect, then maybe Nickrat can break out. And it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing here for Nickrat. He does on siege. And we have to commit. He's gonna push. The rush distance by ground isn't just, sorry, the rush distance by air isn't just, you know, the short rush distance, but by ground as well. Nickrat, he moves out. He does have a larger army supply, but he's pushing into Archons and charge lots. Yeah, the results are here. Mindshot's about to go up. Oh! Not quite. They don't burrow. Just holding on to those shots. Nickrat, he wants the best engagement available or possible. Rotate. Skillless sneaking around. Does sneak past. Let's try to get past the army. More zealots building up. Skillless doesn't get on top of that tank. Is Nickrat spreading himself too thin? Yeah, here we go. He comes in for the surround. Zealots take collapse on the tank. Tank does fall. Oof. Zealots are going to be going down, but there's still just so many more Zealots behind this. Again, Skillless is on a 3-base economy. He has plenty of charge lots. Takes down the tank, takes down the Widow Mines. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Nickrat. He's trying to build up back once. He's trying to build back up once again. But Skillless, he has map control. He takes his 4th, expanding away from Nickrat. Robo's on the way. Should be for eventually splash damage for Colossus. Oh. Skillless doesn't have to push in. There's nothing forcing Skillless to push into the natural. You just calm down. We just calm down, back off, take a breath, take a moment. Again, Skillless just has to chill, get his 4th base, and take up into splash damage. I assumed it was going to be Colossus. It's going to be Storm. Storm is on the way. As they poke in. Something that I will say about this map, I don't know if you notice, it's very bright. there's like a very bright light on like the left hand side. It's like casting like a glare on everything. It's a very bright map. Aye. It's like the Marines are sparkling. Look at them. They're so bright. Jesus. Same with the Phoenixes as well. But here we go. Nickrat, he does push. Storm is ready in a couple of seconds. Oh my god. Storm is about to finish up. And here it comes. Feedback on the ghost. EMP. Nice EMP. Very nice EMP. No storms, but we don't need storms. Yeah, we don't need storms. The charge Archon does bust through regardless. Nice mind connections. Wouldn't mind say pop up. The Zealots go down. And now it's just the Archons. Just the Archons remain. A nice control. GG gets called as Skillless. He saves the Archons. And Skillless, he will claim game number 1. Whew. GG. Skillless does take a lead again. He did force the all-in as he was able to cripple the economy. As a reminder, winding it back, the moment that Skillless won that game was when he killed 23 SCVs at that natural. I should say that's what he forced the 2-base all-in at a Nickrat. Unfortunately, Nickrat, he could not get across the map. He couldn't really punish Skillless. He couldn't really make use of that army. He just did not have enough to work with. And over time, you know, he just ran out of steam. Did run out of steam. GG, well played. With that, Skillless does take a lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Jumping into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Sandworm. Sandworm is another one of these smaller maps. We just did feature it. It does feature those dragon teeth in the center. Short rush distance by ground. We just featured it in the previous PvP. And we'll see how Nickrat will approach this. Now, I didn't really get to talk about the players yet. We've been, you know, busy talking about the maps and talking about other things, of course. But when it comes to the players being featured here, Skillless is the number 2 seed of the tournament. Meanwhile, Nickrat, he is a TVP sniper. We have casted Nickrat to defeat Max Pax. That was a couple of months ago, back in December. We casted him take down Hero. Nickrat, he has caused upsets in the past. I will say this is his strongest matchup, and he's typically very aggressive in this matchup, and I feel like this map can cater to his needs quite well. We'll see. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Skillous. Go. They're just well polished. They are very well polished. At least on the previous map. It's crazy. Here we are going to be opening up this time double gas opener out of Nicaract. This time Nicaract is going for a faster factory, and again this does lean towards the faster tech and the more aggressive style of Nicaract that we expect, that we know, that we love, and we'll see what this settles into. This could be the beginning of an early Cyclone drop. This can lead into a tank drop, can lead to an early 2-on-1 Banshee play as well. There are possibilities for Nicaract, so keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, we spoke about it earlier, we do have those, or that kind of Pachinko machine teeth here, or the dragon teeth set up in the center of the map, that can influence certain fights in a longer, later game, or even in the mid game. Gold bases in the center as well, but more importantly, short rushes and spy ground. It can favor aggression, can favor all-ins. Now there's that factory. It's going to be Reaper first. As the Reaper does move out, looking to get some scouting information. And we'll see if Skillous does open up Stargate again. I would say it was a risky maneuver to open up Stargate in the last game, but Charge finished up just in time for Skillous. He was able to defend. I don't expect another Stargate opener on Sandworm though. We'll see. Reaper dips in. Doesn't get too much information. As I just realized that is the only Reaper cliff into the main base, so it is fully walled off with 2 buildings. Fully walled. The pylon's actually pretty safe as well, actually. Like, I'm thinking about like tank pushes and tank aggression. Reaper gets forced back behind this 1-1-1. There's that tech lab, and it is going to be the early Cyclone. Now, this can be Cyclone into medevac into a second Cyclone, or it can be Cyclone into tank into medevac as well for an early tank drop. Or we can even go for an add-on swap into something like Banshee play. Eye on Nicaract. For now, it's just going to be the first Cyclone. Charge opener out of Skillous. Oh my god. Very aggressive. Hyper aggression here from Skillous going for charge. Meanwhile, no surprise, is getting ready for the drop. So Nicaract going to be opening up with that 1-1-1 into drop play. Nicaract is going to be the aggressor. Is going to try to be, but again, charge as an opener is insane. This looks like a 2-base all-in out of Skillous. How many gates? 3 so far. Getting up to 3 gateways, sorry, getting up to 4. So 4 gate setup. I would not be surprised if he gets 2 more, if he goes up to 6 gates. Like, charge is not a common opener in this matchup whatsoever. It's usually blink of some kind, robo, or stargate. But charge, that's crazy. Let's go. And we have confirmation, early tank. Yeah, tank Viking on the way. Medevac is waiting for the tank. It is going to be the tank drop. So it's going to be hyper aggression here from Nicaract, waiting for the tank, and he's going to be sending everything across the map. So Cyclone into tank drop. And I'll be honest, I feel like early charge is going to completely shut this down, depending on the Zealot count though. Here comes the push, here comes the move out, Loose Nation does confirm, and we need those warp ins. Immortal production has begun, second pylon, safety shield battery. Nicaract is going in for the kill. With that, the production is going to be exposed, so you can focus on the cyber core, but Zealots, I don't care about the cyber core. Charge also do not care. Speaking of, they dive in. Nice target fight here on the Stalkers. Stalkers, they pull away. The first tank is barely not going to survive. And without the tank, the push fails. The push does fail, cyber core lives, and Skillous holds. Oh. No shot. Does Skillous want the gold, baby? Oh my, I mean, that's the way to support a Zealot army. Rocks are being knocked down, gold base is being taken, he's crazy. Okay, I see you. Skillous. Against Stalkers and Immortals, I have to go the long way around. Go the long way around, Zealots can file through. Back at home, Nickrat, he's contained on 2 bases. Do you see what I see? I see 2 more Raxes. I do not see a 3rd CC. So Nickrat, he makes a choice to throw down extra Raxes here. 3 more Raxes behind the main base instead of expanding. And this screams 2 base all in. Oh boy. So last Nickrat, he's going to commit. Skillus rushing into that gold. Is he going to be punished? Is this expansion too exposed? That's the question. Again, it can be awkward pushing into this gold base just because of the terrain, right? The rooks. There is high ground up here, so potentially we could try to rotate around, but spotter pylons on the way. Skillus trying to maintain map control. Moves out with the observer. And essentially, Nickrat, he has the option to pull the boys. Can pull the boys to this. Am I crazy? Did he have a 3rd Rax here? Were there not 3 Raxes? I may have lost my mind. I may have just been looking at the eBay. So I'll say bust into the mineral line. Forcing friendly fire. 2 SCVs go down. Go base getting operational. I believe Nickrat has no idea. Yeah, he has not spotted the gold. But here comes the push. Here comes the move out. Again, no add-ons. No add-ons on these Raxes. Just pure bio tank. Zelsay come back in as the army moves out. And that should be a tell. Nickrat, now he should know, hold up. That was a little bit convenient. There must be an observer. Must be an observer over the army. Prison does distract. The observer does see the main army as well. Does see everything. And Skills, he's getting ready. He's getting ready for the push. Second observer confirms the rotation. And Zelt's back into the main. Delaying the army, delaying reinforcements. And Nickrat, he rotates around. He does get caught out though. Oh, that's not a lot of Zelts though. That's not enough. Charge, I'll say, try to dive in, but there are just so many Marines. Again, as a reminder, Nickrat, he chose to throw down extra Raxes. He chose not to throw down the CC. He's hyper committed. Takes down the pylon. Zelsay busts back into the main. Oh, just being so annoying. And Skills, he has to be careful. He has to take a more delicate approach to this. Take a delicate approach. The tanks are exposed. Yeah, speaking of, he wants that tank and he's going to get it. And tank goes down. Dives on the main army. And without that tank support, I mean, there aren't enough Zealots though. Not enough Zealots. Colossus goes down. Massive pickoff. And Nickrat, has he done it? Takes out the Stalker, takes out the Colossus. There's 1 Colossus left. Nickrat, he's so close to breaking Skillus. But the longer this goes on, the more Warpins there are. Warpins are finishing. Nickrat, he's running out of fire. Reinforcements, oh, they have arrived. They have arrived, chewing through those Zealots. And he does dive in once again, takes out the Colossus. No, he doesn't get it. No, barely not. Barely the Colossus does live, but he will claim the Nexus. He will claim the expansion. Last there are too many reinforcements. GG gets called. Skillus, he barely holds on. He survives. And Skillus, he will claim the series 2-0. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Nickrat, he was 2 base all in. There was no other expansion behind this. There was no other setup. And it looked like he was barely going to break Skillus. He had a really nice fight catching the Colossus, but he had to work through the 3rd base. And the 3rd base did a great job at buying time. It was getting low, but all it did was buy time for more Warpins, more Zealots, more Stalkers, another Colossus coming in to reinforce. Skillus, he barely held on. Thanks to the resources of the gold, was able to warp in and able to survive. GG. GG, well played. Skillus does claim the series, and with that, Skillus does advance on to the semifinals. The question becomes, oh, what's next? The question becomes, what is next? As we are switching our scenes over and catching up on the brackets. momento here. As Skills is the first to make it to the semifinals, is waiting for the winner of Trigger and Percival. Meanwhile, I find myself in another series. Okay, we found ourselves in another quarterfinals match. We are jumping in mid-series into Geralt and Christiana. Let's go. I need time. I'm not set up, Abby. I'm not set up. So one moment here as I try to set up our players and set up our predictions, because we are jumping in mid-series and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm. Hey, we were just here. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, and we have our red Protoss player, the Polish Protoss representing Streamer Zone, down in the series 0-1. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the man of the hour himself. We have the Polish Protoss player, the player with the most wins in the history of Sparkling Tuna Cup. He is the Tuna himself, Christiana. Representing Offside Esports. Here we go. The PvP is upon us. We are jumping in mid-series, and if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Palatial. Oh, hold on. Un momento. As I do need to wrap up the previous predictions. But currently, Skills is waiting for the winner of the matchup between Percival and Trigger. And predictions are now open. Best of luck. Best of luck. Sandworm seems quite popular. So far, yes. Yes, we've seen a lot of players pick to play on Sandworm so far. A lot of players have gone for it. More than any other map so far, at least in the maps that in the matches that we've casted. But as opposed to the previous PvP, 2-gate. 2-gate opener out of Geralt, likewise 2-gate opener out of Christiana. I was gonna say depending on the winner. Regardless of who wins, Christiana, he does lock them in. Does lock in just the one. Just one probe is locked in. Ideally, you want to catch two, or you can try to catch two workers, but does catch one probe there in that pocket. And last, Geralt, he's forced to fool some boys and focus on the pylon. Does finish even. Does let it finish. So nice catch there from Christiana, delaying the economy and taking a lead. Now, this might not seem like a big deal, but specifically in a mirror matchup, this can be impactful because, hey, you have the same units as your opponent, you have the same worker count as your opponent, but now suddenly Christiana, the other way around. Suddenly Geralt takes the lead, as Geralt, he caught Christiana. My apologies, other way around. But likewise, Geralt, he does catch Christiana out, and Geralt takes an economic lead as a result. So nice catch there from Geralt. Sorry. Look, I spent the last 4 hours laddering. It was not a good idea. I have a rule where I don't stream before a cast because it's like so draining. So I try not to, but I made the exception today, and I was live earlier. We were laddering. It was like a 4-hour stream. It's not a good idea. Not good. Very drained. Very drained. We're going for the proxy. So Christiana, he does break out, he does defend. You can see that Christiana, hey, he's down in workers. He's down in workers, down in economy. You can see how impactful that pylon was, as he is down 3 probes compared to his opponent. But now it's time to move out. It's time to move out. God, he has like a 3.5 worker lead, actually. Jesus. God, he does push. He's going to try to lock this down. He has force fields, of course. But the shield batteries are about to finish just in time. Does run away the army, going for the shield battery. Shield battery is going to hold. Nice, very nice force fields. Does zone Geralt away. Gets off her shield battery, going for the second. And without shield batteries, Geralt, he cannot defend. He cannot hold. Not like this. As Christiana, he's going to overwhelm. Likewise, he's reinforcing across the map. Slicing Geralt up. Nice kind of force fields, locking each other down. Treading out sentries. Sentries do trade, stalkers are not really a part of this. Going for the pylon. Pylon is going to fall. Christiana does barely pull away. One stalker gets caught. One stalker surrounded. Christiana still up in stalkers. but the force fields are a problem. Has to pull away. Oh! Geralt, he wants that Stalker. He wants it! One shot away. So close. Shield battery powered. And with that shield battery, Geralt holds. Geralt, he does hold. He holds. Cristiano behind this, making workers, catching up. Isn't that too expensive? As we mentioned, Geralt did take, what was it, a 3 or 4 worker lead off of that? It was like 3.5. Cristiano threatening a shade, does commit. He can one-shot probes. Workers are going down. He gets 1, he gets 2. Gets 2 workers. Cristiano maintaining his advantage now. After picking up workers. After picking them up. Cristiano pulls away. Oh, okay, we can breathe. We can just calm things down. Geralt, he holds. Cristiano backs off. As he backs off, takes a 3rd expansion, and we are working towards Blink Stalkers. From the side of Geralt, likewise, Blink is already done. Blink is already done, getting to his own gateway setup. We have almost mirrored setups here from our 2 players, but Cristiano has a slight edge over his opponent with the worker advantage and with the base advantage as well. Pressure's on Geralt. Cristiano Ronaldo. Sure. Close enough. He's not Messi. He's Ronaldo. Let's go. Meanwhile, Geralt, he is slightly behind, so what do you do? PvP, when you're behind, Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine is going to be on the way here. Now, looking at the vision, we do have detection, yeah. Robo's done, Observer's on the way, so this won't be an insta-GG. There is detection available here for Cristiano, but despite that, DTs, they can still wreak havoc in the mid-game of PvP. Especially when cannons aren't involved. Like, without cannons, Observers are not often in position. Dark Templar can still get damage done, nonetheless. Geralt shading in. Does shade, doesn't commit. Stalkers towards a 3rd. Not quite catching out Cristiano. Cristiano, he's keeping up, he's holding on. So far, so good. TLMC continues to shade. This time, we do commit to the shade. Workers are falling. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 probe kills. Very nice damage here from Geralt. At the same time, Cristiano, he attempts the same. Gets 1, but only 1. Yeah, Geralt, he's ready for this. Does defend. And meanwhile, 6 probe kills. Can he get 7? Barely not, but 6 probes still a very nice catch for Geralt. Still behind in workers, though. Again, it shows just how much pressure there was on Geralt to get economic damage. The reason why he was behind, if you remember, he was down in workers after the losses at the natural, and he had a later 3rd base. So, in aspects, he was behind, but now he is catching up. So, very nice harassing damage. Does even things up between Geralt and Cristiano, at least economically. Stalkers do push. They are spotted. Are going to be spotted. The Observer. Oh, he wants it. He gets it. Nice knife. Gets 1 Observer, but he's going to be punished. Ooh, bleeding out Stalkers. Yeah, Stalkers are going down. Brutal losses. Get those 5 Stalkers for 3 and an Observer. Geralt pulls away. Cristiano getting a 4th. Geralt does confirm this. Shrine did complete earlier. Templar into the main. Cannon is ready. Let's go to cannon in the main. DTs, they don't care. They just go straight for the cannon. Cannon does go down, and probes are falling. Probes are falling left and right. Cristiano trying to respond. Blinks in. Gets 1 DT. Takes down 1, the other 3 do survive. Geralt getting his own 4th. Still very tense between our players. Now, the downside of what Geralt's been doing, he has been doing some economic damage, that is true, but he's been bleeding out units. Bleeding out Stalkers, bleeding out Adepts, bleeding out DTs. Does mean that his main army is smaller. He's getting there. Working towards Charge on Archon. Cristiano on the flip side, just on Stalker Zealot. No further tech, not from Cristiano. There's no Temple Archives, there's no Dark Shrine. Just purely a gateway army. Going for a more Swarmtail style. Does move out in between the bases. Geralt's out of position. Uh-oh. Does have a recall. Recall is available. Cristiano splits up. Distracting the main army. Busts into the mineral line. SCVs are going, sorry, probes are going down. And Cristiano is just pulling Geralt apart. Picking off Stalkers, picking off probes, busts into another mineral line. More workers going to be going down. And it's getting out of hand. It's just becoming far too much here. DTs were good, but I mean, the lead that Cristiano had was better. So Cristiano, he responds, takes down the Prism, takes down the DTs. Zelce busts into another mineral line. There's still one Dark Templar in the main. And with that, that's 15 workers going down. Oh no. Cristiano has to be careful though. Getting caught out. Does make away. Catching out more Stalkers. Ooh, and it's Geralt that's getting pulled apart. Likewise distracted by the Zealots. The Zealots are in the main base. Massive distraction. Stalkers overwhelm the main army. And Geralt, he just cannot keep up. He cannot sustain these losses. Just being pulled apart left and right. Likewise dives in, gets over the Archon. Zelce do surround the army, but they're reinforcements. Reinforcements have arrived for Cristiano, and he has enough. He has far too much. The Prism, no! Prism goes down. And Geralt, he's down to barely an army, barely standing. Down in workers, down in supply. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he will take the series 2-0. GG. Ooh, GG, well played, Cristiano. He will advance on to the semi-finals, and the question becomes, where are we headed? What's going on exactly? Where are we headed? Whew, exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is updated, the bracket is stacked. Let's catch up. Let us catch up together properly this time. Okay, so we have our round of 8. We have our top 8 players. We have Björn. Björn is up against Iba in the quarterfinals. Björn is up 1-0 against Iba. I believe that is being covered by Lika over on his own channel. Winner goes up against Cristiano in the semifinals. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Skillus. Skillus, he does take down Nikrak 2-0. Skillus still waiting for the winner of Trigger and Percival, as they are also still mid-series. So we're waiting for 2 matches. Waiting for these 2 matches. As a reminder as well, both semifinals are going to be casted, and both semis, they begin on Maganatha. Likewise, we have Last Fantasy for the grand finals as well. The starting map is predetermined, and then loser's pick. So you can see the starting maps: Persephone for quarterfinals, Maganatha for the semis, and Last Fantasy for the finals. So the starting maps are predetermined, and we are waiting for those 2 best-of-3s to wrap up. Once they're done, we're going to be jumping into our semifinals matches, and then into the grand finals. So we're kind of, I would say, halfway through the broadcast. We're halfway through. Semis and finals are still left. Still to go. Can we start with Cristiano? We'll cast both semis. Yeah, both semis are going to be casted. Fun fact, Eva and Björn are playing on Last Fantasy right now. There you go. They're playing on Last Fantasy. Love to see it. But it looks like we have a little bit of downtime here, so we need a moment to ourselves. So we're going to be going on a short break. Here. Again, if you want to help support the tournament, if you want to help support the Sparkling Tuna Cup and the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via Matcherino. Exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat, and you'll get a link to our Matcherino page. Likewise, you can also support us via Patreon as well. As you can see under Cristiano's name, you can see our Patreon. Currently, we do earn 414 USD a month. Our next goal is at 420. With our current earnings, monthly I should say, we will be able to afford and boost the prize pool to Sparkling Tuna Cup to pay out top 4 for a very long time. Since its inception, actually, Sparkling Tuna Cup only ever paid out top 2, but thanks to the support, thanks to our Patreon, we can now pay out top 4, so thank you so much for all the support that we get to all of our patrons and all of our supporters out there. Thank you so much. Likewise, our next goal is to boost the prize pool of our other tournaments, Sea Duckling Open and Macedon Open as well, so thanks so much for all the support that we do get on Patreon. Again, you can help boost the prize pool on Patreon even further via becoming a patron if you wish. Otherwise, we're going to go on a short break. We're going to go on a short break here, and when we come back, we will have either the quarterfinals mid-series or the semis. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 83, the TLMC, the Team Liquid Map Contest 20 edition. Oh boy, there's been an intense series that's been going on here off stream, at least off of the main English stream. Beyond versus Eba. Beyond and Eba, they are one of the final quarterfinals matches still ongoing, and we are tied up 1-1. We went all the way to the ace match, and we are here to determine who will make it through into the semis. Will it go the way of the Terran? Will it go the way of the Zerg? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes, tying up the series in that last game and forcing the ace match. It is Eba. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of one in the chat as we are getting into the ace match here. Fun fact, I was asking Eba about the series, a little bit about what was going on, and Eba did mention that he was ahead in game one as well. That he was lamenting a little bit. He's like, it should have been a 2-0, Pappy, should have been a 2-0. Apparently Eba was ahead in game one, but he got overconfident, he got a little bit overexcited, did overextend, and did lose his lead in game one. In game two, he was able to close it out, and now we find ourselves in the ace match. We find ourselves in game three. Here we go. We'll see how this story ends. For those that are curious, it was a long late game. It was a 20-minute game on Last Fantasy. We saw late game compositions of Bio Ghost Liberator out of Beyond with Widowmines as well, and Eba of course going Lingbane, Hydra, Lurker, Viper as well. In the end, Eba was able to pull Beyond apart, able to pick away at him, but now we're getting into the ace match. Loading into something a little bit different here. Killer's Mile is where we did begin the night off, if you recall. The map itself is a little bit shorter, shorter rush distance by ground is what I will say, a little bit wider towards the edges, so we'll see how aggressive Beyond is planning on being. See if and when. As for now, standard opener, ranks expand out of Beyond, likewise hatch gas pool out of Eba. So far so good. So far so good. As we are going to be settling in. Likewise, Beyond, who was just trying to pick and decide on what map he wanted to play on, of course. As for a lot of these players, it's their first time competing on some of these maps. It's their first time. Like how there's just permanently, like, dead civilians here. Like, what's... Have you noticed? I guess in theme with the map name, Killer's Mile. I don't know what it's a reference to, outside of the name of the map maker, of course. Killer's Mile. There's dead Marines everywhere, Pappy. Oh no. Is that a sign of things to come? As for now, Beyond does go for the third CC, so that's going to be a third CC before Starport. Economic build out of our Terran player. Just an economic setup. Likewise, I do see Eba claiming his third. Dancing with the Reapers. Not losing any links yet. And we're settling in. It is going to be a third CC before Starport, leading into Hellion Banshee, most likely. So nothing too crazy here by Beyond. Crazy early on. There's so many, like, yeah, just just blood effects on the map. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. I wonder if you can see that over the creep once the creep gets here, or if it just covers everything. We'll see. Supernova. I haven't seen any move piece yet, as well we do snipe one of the tumors. As we go there by Beyond, gets a tumor, backs off. As we mentioned, add-on swap into Hellion Banshees, so Hellion Banshees amassing up here from Beyond. Just a pretty standard setup here from Beyond, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Likewise, Eba droning, saturating is natural, getting into his eventual 3-base saturation. Queens are keeping up. No major losses so far. Now, when it comes to the features of this map, so far it does seem like the rush distance by ground is a little bit shorter. Likewise, there is an entry point straight into the natural here from the left-hand side, from the center of the map, which can be a factor, definitely. We'll see how Beyond does decide to approach his attack and his assault. Meanwhile, Eba going lair first. It is going to be a lair first opener out of our Zerg player. A pretty safe play here. It does mean he's going to delay his Evo chambers. He's going to delay his upgrades in favor of the faster lair, in favor of Bailing Speed. So as you can see here, Baliness is on the way, and typically this is lined up with the completion of the lair to rush into Bailing Speed as quickly as possible, so just a really safe opener here from Eba. This does delay his 1-1 upgrades, but just make sure he's safe. Meanwhile, 2 more Tumors going to be going down. Nice pick-offs here by Bjorn. Does catch out those Tumors. Likewise, Bjorn taking his third. We'll take this third. Has yet to really move out with his Banshees. First Banshee does arrive, but does not get a drone kill. 0 kills so far. Nice control here by Eba. Does preserve that mineral line. Lair is now done. Bailing Speed should soon commence, as we are lacking a little bit of gas, so it's going to be a bit of a later Bailing Speed here. A little bit delayed. Queens are keeping up. Eba getting his fourth. So far uncontested. Saturating his gases. There's that Bailing Speed. Bjorn pushing on the right hand side. Looking for a way in. Likewise, the center expansion does look quite a little bit more difficult to defend, just because it is exposed to the center of the map, exposed to these cliff faces. Tank pushes can take advantage. Speaking of, tanks are building up back at home. Eba is now getting into his own double Eba chambers, into his own double upgrades. Oh, does barely not catch out a Banshee. She does survive. But Eba, he has gone away with droning. He has gone away with droning. So far has been defending here with purely Queen, with 6 Queens to defend, to keep up with rotations. Drones up heavily here, up to 3 bases, getting even a 4th fully saturated, and now he's embracing Ling Bane. Now when it comes to Bjorn, here comes the 7-minute push. Here comes that 7-minute move out. We have tanks, we have stim, 1-1 upgrades are finishing up in a couple of seconds. Ideally, this push lines up with these upgrades. So very strong timing here from Bjorn. And Eba has been droning this entire time, but now it's time to build up his army. Now it's time to be ready for the assault. Lings, they hit the third, but last Banshee at home to defend. Here comes the main move out. We have 2 tanks. 1-1 finishing up in a couple of seconds. Tanks getting over to the other side here of that wall. Eba going to try to engage. It's not going to be easy. Likewise, Balins to get 3 SCV kills. Eba trying to come in from behind, does collapse in. And Bailings, they connect with the Hellbats at least. Hellbats going to be going down. Massive tank shots here on the Bailings. And Bailings, they take a lot of hits, they take a lot of damage. And in the end, the tanks will fall, but Bjorn maintains his bio. Yeah, the Marines who survived that was a very awkward attack from Eba, losing out all of his Queens, and he's going to lose everything here. Yeah, again, that fight was just a little bit too messy. Bailings are not ready, and Bjorn, he does it. He breaks through the main army. Bailings will not finish in time, and Bjorn is going for the kill. Yeah, one bad fight is sometimes all it takes. Eba played well up until that point, but GG gets called. The positioning was just too brutal, and Bjorn will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Just a very, very rough position there for Eba. He bled out too much Ling Bane, did not have creep in position, and with that, Bjorn, he snowballed into a win. Again, that 7-minute move out, that 7-minute push can be quite brutal. Can be quite brutal here. It can be difficult to deal with, and lasted overwhelm. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Bjorn, he will claim the series, will advance on to the semifinals, and the question becomes, I mean, we already know. We already know who's waiting for him. Up next is going to be the semis between Bjorn and Cristiano. Let's go. Cristiano has been patiently waiting. Did, of course, take down Geralt to make it to the semis, and now it's going to be a PvT between Bjorn and Cristiano. Let's go. Have to very quickly set up. Un momento. Beautiful. As we are just getting things ready. But again, congratulations. Oh, shout out to Iba. Iba, he did force the ace match. And again, Iba, he was holding his own, especially on Last Fantasy. I know it happened off stream. I know it happened behind closed door, but it was a really strong showing there from Iba, both in game 1 and in game 2. And even here in game 3, again, it just came down to that push. It came down to that assault. As we are getting into our semifinals. So you can hear the beats we're loading into our next series here. And again, Bjorn and Cristiano, they have gone back and forth. We have seen Cristiano take maps off of Bjorn. We have seen him take series, but the pressure is now on Bjorn. He's the #1 seed for a reason as we load into Maganatha for the semifinals. Let's go. Meanwhile, the lower semis have yet to really set up. I believe Trigger and Percival, they're still mid-series. They're still playing. It's crazy. They're still ongoing. So it's just a little bit more downtime for Skilless, but we'll get there. We'll get to something to keep the action. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player from Atlanta, Poland, representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PVT. Let's jump into Bjorn versus Cristiano. Let's go. Let us go. And welcome one all to Maganatha. Now, we have casted plenty of times on Maganatha before. Fun fact, this map was made quite some time ago, actually. It's a bit of an older map, but only recently was submitted to the Team Liquid map contest. So we have actually casted games on this map before. If you're curious, it is a very large map. Likewise, you can also wall these areas off. There's just so many towers. There's towers in the center. There's these towers here on the right-hand side. There's destructible towers here towards the left. It's just non-stop towers. There are speed zones as well. There's a tower that can destroy the Zelnaga. So you can knock down the tower, destroy the Zelnaga, then destroy the rocks and take the gold base. Likewise, the gold is surrounded by more destructible towers. It's just, even here, you can destroy these rocks and then knock down towers on top of the rocks as well. Like this, it's just towers everywhere. So because of that, this can lead into longer games. This can lead into longer games just because there's so many ways to try to wall areas off and slow the game down. We'll see if that's kind of the direction that we head in. We shall see. Likewise, the third base is a little bit further away from the natural than we've seen on some of these other maps. It's still a little bit more defendable though. There's a ramp coming into the third. Likewise, ramps coming in towards that fourth location. The bases on the right hand side are a little bit more exposed. They're more out in the open, but that's what the rocks or the towers are going to be for. We'll get there. For now, economic opener. Just rack expand here by Bjorn. Economic start from our Terran player. Likewise, Cristiano going for his own standard opener as well. So far, so good. And I wonder if our players maybe have already played on Maganatha as well. Again, this is a map that's been around for a while. Never got into the ladder map pool or anything like that. But when I say it's been around for a while, it's been featured in other tournaments and other events that sometimes feature these like other up-and-coming maps. Here we go. As Cristiano does move out with his Adept. Likewise, Bjorn getting to his own 1-1-1 setup into drop play. Is going Hellion first, but because there's no Reapers. No Reapers, so Hellion opener to scout across the map to get some kind of vision, some kind of scouting of what his opponent's up to. As he does shade in, gets one SCV. Just the one. Depth does shade away. Ooh, we actually have a second Hellion in production. Interesting. Getting to a second Hellion. Medevac's on the way, which means we could even go for a little bit more aggression here. So we can either go for a Hellion drop or a Hellion run by at the natural and a Marine drop into the main. We can bring this all together. So a more aggressive follow-up here from Bjorn. He's massing up his Marines as we speak. And we're waiting for the next wave. Meanwhile, Cristiano, what's our opener? How many gates? So far, 2. So 2-gate blink here from Cristiano, very greedy. 2-gate blink into a third. This is one of the greediest builds you can go for. And because of that, we're going to be lacking Warpins. There's going to be less Stalkers to defend. We'll see if Christiana can hold. Because here comes the Marine drop. And remember, there are Hellions as well for the natural. So it's going to be a multi-prong aggression here from Bjorn. Marines into the main, Hellions towards the natural. Now, Cristiano, he does have a wall at least. He does have SimCity. And remember, there's no Reaper. There's no Reaper, so there's no way to knock that Adept out of position. Marines are dropping to the main. Stalkers are in position, though they're ready for this. Stalkers are ready. They do pick off some of the bio. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 Marines going down. The Adept does hold on. We have a wall behind this, and Cristiano, he holds. He defends. Cristiano, he deflects the Hellions. He deflects the drop. A very nice defense so far by Cristiano. And Bjorn is forced back. Ooh, okay, so far so good. Again, Cristiano defending with the bare minimum. Does defend with the bare minimum. Blink is now done, getting to a forge for upgrades, and we should be following this up with charge. So it should be blink, yep, there we go. Blink into charge, into a gateway explosion, into a 3-base economy. Meanwhile, from Bjorn, he's still building up his forces. Now, thankfully for Bjorn, he didn't lose much. Remember, the medevac survives. The medevac did survive. Half of the Marines did escape, and really good use here of, his momentum and of his units. He drops off the Marines defend back home, and the Hellions pick back up into the main. So the medevac is being repurposed for a Hellion drop into the main base. There are 2 Stalkers in position, 2 Stalkers that will not stop the unload though. So we're waiting. Yo, Shatter Monster Energy. Fun fact, I don't think I've ever had Monster before, I'll be honest. It's not really too popular here in Australia. Like, we have our own, like, Aussie, like, energy drink brands instead. But Monster is the sponsor of the Team Liquid Map contest. So shout out to Monster for supporting StarCraft. Meanwhile, Hellions, they bust in. They can launch your probes. They can and they will. Oh, 2 workers going to be going down. He gets another 2, 4 in total. 5 Hellions, sorry, 5 workers for 3 Hellions. Not a bad trade here for Bjorn. Monster's actually huge here, like, there you go. There you go. Never had it. I feel like I could be mistaken, but here in Australia, I feel like V and Red Bull is bigger than Monster. And even Rockstar. Like, I've seen more, especially like tradies and stuff like that. Like, they're all about like V and like even Rockstar more so than Monster. But I could be mistaken. Cristiano does kite back. Bjorn coming in here with his push. He's got his 1 tank, got his 1 Widowmine, but massive amount of bio. Charge is ready for this. I hear you. Monster is still mad. Okay, so you're saying Monster is big, but it's smaller than the others. Okay. Nice matchup on Zealous. Ooh, brutal connection. Can he get on top of the tank, though? Zealous is kind of lagging here behind. Diving on the bio. The tank is exposed, and Cristiano, he will hold. Does hold on. Takes down the tank, the Widowmines. Cristiano, he maintains that 3rd base, and Bjorn is forced back at the same time, though. Rotar harassing him to the natural. He gets 2 workers, but no major losses for Cristiano. Again, just bleeding out gateway units more than anything. So nice hold. Nice hold. Does preserve his economy. Likewise, behind this, Bjorn getting his 3rd CC on location. Not all in. And we have ourselves a back and forth. Let's go. We have ourselves our back and forth. We're going to be settling into our game here. Bjorn taking his 3rd, Cristiano taking his 4th base. Ooh, a couple of extra workers do go down to that Raven, though. But we're working our way towards that mid-game. Bjorn is moving out. Stimming in. Does stim on forward. Likewise does force a cancel. Nice pick up here by Bjorn. Denies the 4th base. Colossus has arrived, but that's a lot of Marauders. And just so many Marauders here for Bjorn. They're built for tanking. And built for breaking expansions. Bases. The Nexus. And Cristiano, he needs that 4th base. Once again tries to expand. Once again almost targeted down. They have brutal mine connections on those charge lots. And Bjorn, he wants that Nexus. Alas, he will not get it. He is forced back, but he did force a cancel, so he already got what he wanted. He delayed. He delayed the 4th base. Nice pickoff. From here, Bjorn taking up into Ghost. Meanwhile, Cristiano taking up into his own Disruptors. Still only one Disruptor at a time. Second rover just now on the way. So splash damage is going to be... It's going to take a little bit longer here for it to really get going. Cristiano trying to keep up. So far, so good. Viking count is slowly accumulating. But Cristiano, this time he saves the base. This time he does save that fourth. Now we can finally settle in. With the denied fourth base, Bjorn does take a supply lead. I would say that Bjorn currently is in a slightly better position. Ooh, the Observer does spot the Doom Drop. And Cristiano, he's somewhat ready for this. He's ready enough. Bjorn doesn't like what he sees. Pulls away. Going for a split push. Actually rotating over towards that third. Cristiano does have the Observer, does spot the army, and he has to respond. And he does.
Your army has encountered the enemy.
Does respond in time. Observer goes down to the Raven. Bjorn sims in. Cristiano, he rotates in time. He's got his Disruptors. Never goes off. Takes down a Widowmine. There's one Widowmine left. And Bjorn, he drops from the main base over towards the third. Likewise, Cristiano, he's ready for this. Takes out 1, 2, all 3 Medivacs. Main army's going to be clashing. And Cristiano shuts down both pushes. Very nice defense here from Cristiano. He keeps up with Bjorn. Does keep up, does shut him down, catching out every single Marauder. The Marauders and Marines, the Medivacs. Nice defense. Cristiano rotating over, and now this time he's got his 2 rovers. The 2 rovers are up and running, making 2 Disruptors at a time. Cristiano, he will eventually max out. He's getting there, so is Bjorn. Cristiano is maxing, so is Bjorn. Cristiano takes the 5th base. Unfortunately, despite having the double rover production, we do need more Observers to just keep up with the army. Cristiano, he doesn't see the push. Doesn't see the army yet. Moving out towards the left. Bjorn is actually going to run into the main army as well. They run into each other. The Disruptors! Disruptors are exposed. Never goes off. Decent connection. Yeah, Novas, they do not connect towards the end. Ooh, barely grazing the army. But Cristiano has to get out of here. He was caught off guard. He was flanked. He has to pull away. Loses 1 Colossus. The other does survive. Well, it's not the fight that Cristiano wanted. Again, he didn't see the army here at his flank. So a rough fight for Cristiano. What did he lose? He lost 4 Disruptors. And everything he was building up towards is reset. He has to rebuild his Disruptor count. He lost a Colossus as well. It was a rough fight for Cristiano. Again, he was caught off guard. As I mentioned before, he has been losing Observers. And he has very limited map vision. Does see the army. This time Cristiano, he responds. Going for a Zealot run by. Cristiano now getting a 3rd Robo. Getting into triple Robo production. Zealot run by does slip in. I can take a couple of SCVs. More importantly, this just distracts Bjorn's main army. It distracts the army. It keeps Cristiano. It lets him breathe easy. Oh, we've been here before. I know. We've been here before as we can stim in from behind. The Disruptors don't like this. Bjorn, he stims in. He gets 1. Massive EMP. He gets 1. He gets 2. He gets 3. He gets everything. He gets almost around. Nice Nova, though. Nova does connect. Disruptors, oh, they're going to be targeted down. Yeah, just a really awkward fight here for Cristiano. And Bjorn is going for a counterattack. Does move back. Cristiano, he survives with 1 Disruptor. Again, that's not the fight he wanted. Very messy engagement for the Protoss. Oh, no. Okay. Whew. Never connects. Not bad. We're getting messy, Pat. We're getting messy. But again, Cristiano, these are expensive losses every time. Every time he tries to push up this ramp, he just gets flanked. And his Disruptor count gets reset. Down to 3. 3 Disruptors left. Gets a Marauder, not bad. Getting ready for his own flank this time. Run by even. Yo, the speed zones. Let's go. So I'll split off. He is barely not spotted by the Zonaga. Both armies are maxed. They'll say sit by. Catches the ghost, trades the ghost for a disruptor. Yeah, loses 2 disruptors. Leaves that 2. He's got 4 in total. Zelsay do go into the mineral line. Beyond, he races back. He responds with his army. And he can focus on the main push. Disruptors are exposed. Despite that, Novas, they connect. Oh my god, brutal connections. Disruptor, they have to pull away. And is this enough? Losing almost every disruptor, but the charge, they come back home. They come in for the flank. Cristiano, he will take the fight, cleans up the Widow Mines, and we have to keep going. We have to keep pushing, keep on pushing from here. Send it, Pappy, send it. Liberation, they have to reposition. Freedom has arrived. He has 4 liberators. Is that enough? Cristiano pushing in. 6. Oh my, he has so many liberators. Oh my god. He has 8. The freedom is too much. It's too much freedom, Pat. Has to back off. Trying to fight out of range of those liberators. Again, that's 8 liberators. Never takes down one of the ghosts. Decent trades. Picks off Medevacs as well. Cristiano still out trading his opponents, but he cannot touch this expansion, not against all these freedom zones. He has to rotate, and he will. He does rotate over. Tries to stay out of range. Takes down 1 liberators, down to 7. 7 liberators left. And you can see here still has an overwhelming force. He wants that 4th expansion. And this time, for the first time, he rotates, pushes up this ramp, and for the first time, he doesn't get flanked. For the first time, he doesn't get flanked. Nova's massive connections. Takes down the mineral line, takes down the planetary. Does bring him down. And beyond, he's up against the wall, he's hurting. As long as his liberators, Cristiano, he can't quite push in, but he might have enough anyway. He might have too much. Oh, that was a brutal blink. He's had a lot of stalkers. Yeah, that was not the blink he was looking for. It's punished. Please out a Colossus. Nice Nova. It goes off. Once again, doesn't quite connect. Cristiano, he has to calm down, pulls away. Again, he's on 5 bases. He's actually on 6. He has. I was gonna call this a ninja base, but that's how difficult it is to take a 6th. It's kind of like a natural 6th base here. I guess the center base is a little bit more defendable. But Cristiano does take bottom left. Does get it fully saturated. Again, the map is huge. Beyond does retake his base. That's the main. The main does float over as a 4th. Beyond getting desperate. Cristiano double expands, takes top right, and suddenly this expansion. Where are the liberators? Where are the liberators? They're not here. They're with the main army instead. But Cristiano here spotted. Beyond rotates. He's trying to keep up. Speaking of liberators, actually harassing across the map. Oh, they deny mining. Cristiano moving in, takes down the mineral line. From behind though, Colossus does fall. Disruptor as well. No Novas, no disruptors. And Beyond, he can take this fight. Where's the splash damage? It's not here. At the same time, probes are falling. Probes do go down. Nice Novas. Novas are connecting. Cristiano's trying to race out of here, but the speed zones that work against him. We'll lose every single disruptor once again. Still a very close fight. Cristiano has the economy, but Beyond has the army. Despite that, still rough trade. Stalkers aren't going down. And Cristiano has to pull away. He cannot fight this head on. Not without zealots or splash damage. Trying to find another angle of attack. Still very tense. Cristiano, he has no gas. He has no gases here. No gases at the 4th base, at the 5th base. Just now, denied mining, denied gases here towards bottom left. Oh, and top right may just go down as well. He just saturated. Yeah, Cristiano in a rough position. How does he approach this? He will lose his expansion. The mineral line as well, trading a base for a base. He's going for the base trade. Takes down the 3rd, takes down the mineral line. Likewise, top right does fall. And Cristiano has to get out of here. He has to pull out. Because here comes Beyond. Beyond is coming. We gotta get out of here. It does rotate. Zelsay to hit the mineral line. Morrissey is going to be going down. Nice catch. Yeah, it takes out the reinforcements. Beyond sims in. There's a disruptor. Disruptor doesn't quite connect. Cristiano, he has to respect those Marauders. There's a lot of Marauders coming in. And he wants that Colossus. He's going to get it as well. And Colossus goes down. Stalkers, they're falling one after the other. Again, Cristiano, he has to avoid that main fight for as long as possible. And in doing so, gets 40 SCVs. 40 SCVs go down. Bjarny's all in. He's down to 10 SCVs. He's muling. That's all he has. He's muling up. Nice connection. Takes down the Marauders. Again, this is all that Bjarny has left. It's all he has left. A handful of Marauders, Ghosts, still a terrifying army. And Cristiano just has to buy time for Warp-ins. Warping in wave after wave of Zealots. No more Disruptors. Again, he's kind of, his economy is lackluster. The Liberators are still here, he just can't mine. He's going for the gases. Trying to at least. Again, we can still take the center expansion. One lib, putting in a lot of work. Zealots, they do take down the Ghost Academy, not bad. Academy does fall. Now, Bjarny is still up in army supply. Bear this in mind. Bjarny, he has 10 SCVs, but he has a terrifying army. So the soup does lie. Like Cristiano, he's up in supply, but that's worker. That's the worker supply. That's what that is. And you can see here he's inefficient mining. Like he's not mining efficiently. He's oversaturated. So if they do fight head on, I do favor Bjarny. Like Bjarny, he can still win this game. Ooh, he's out of position. And remember how I said he had 10 SCVs? Now down to 3. Now down to 2. 2 SCVs left. But Bjarny still is in a better position, I would say. Like kind of. Like he's almost got 100 army supply. It's crazy. Cristiano, he needs those Novas to connect. Liberator coming in. Cristiano, does he notice? He does. Takes down the lib. Has to get that base saturated. Takes down bottom left. Here comes the main fight. It's very open here. Nice EMPs. It's gonna be 3 Novas. It's first, that's the second. 1 Nova left. There it goes off. There's 1 more remaining. And we get some decent connections taking that Bio. Bio does fall, but Bjarny stims in. He takes out the expansion. Yeah, there's no stopping Bjarny. The base is gonna fall. And Cristiano, he can't fight this head on. He will lose 1 base, another, and maybe even another. I feel like the base trade is the best option, to be honest. Like, the base trade might be the only way for Cristiano. Or some Novas, of course. Like, if these Purification Novas, if they pop off. Oh! I mean, the economy has already been crippled here, but yeah, top right is going to fall. Bjarny doesn't need an economy. He has the army already. Like he's already got this. He's got his Death Ball. He's got his Death Ball of 3 Ghosts, Mass Marauder. Cristiano, he at least has bottomless, so he has 1 base economy. We have 1 base economy against, you know, like 3 SCVs. Let's go. Stalker comes in. This is a risky maneuver here from Cristiano. Bjarny, he wants that army. He knows he can catch this. He stims in. Oh. Does stim in. He will catch out the Zealots at least. Zealots have to buy time. Do have to buy time. Cristiano pulling back. Colossus on the way. Now, over time, Cristiano, he will build up a greater army. Even now, at this point, you can see that Bjarny's armies have been getting smaller. It's being slowly being smaller and smaller. It has been shrinking over time. So the longer this goes on, the better it is for Cristiano. He needs a little bit more time, though, for that Colossus. And he's getting ready for this round as well. Bjarny stims in. Shows us Novas. Nice target fighting. Gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. But the Novas, brutal connections, and Cristiano, he does it. Whew. Oh my god. The Novas, they detonate. And Cristiano, he will clean this up. He shuts down the army. There's nothing left. GG gets called. Hi, hi, hi. Cristiano, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. The Novas did connect, and with that, Cristiano takes a lead in the series. Hi, hi, hi. Let us go. As we are now getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Björn can bounce back. Again, a very intense game where Björn, I mean, it was very back and forth for a long time. Cristiano, he was struggling to really find a good angle of attack. If you remember, there were these 2 big fights that Cristiano lost before he was able to max out, or even as he was maxing. I'm referring to the moments when Cristiano pushed towards the 4th base of Björn. Remember, it happened twice, where he pushed in and Björn would flank and reset the disruptor count. Like there was some rough fights there for Cristiano, but a big reason for that is because he was lacking vision. Remember, he didn't know where the army was, he lost his observers, so he was kind of playing blind a little bit, and he was being punished for it time and time again. But the length of the map, how large the map was, eventually did work in Cristiano's favor, where he was able to go for all these run-bys and counterattacks, cripple the economy. Björn was having a hard time punishing, and in the end he was forced all in. And we saw, despite being forced all in, Björn still had the greater army, and he was still sniping bases. Cristiano for a long time could not engage. If he did, he would lose everything, but he was able to pull it off in the end. Was able to buy enough time to build up more disruptors, to build up Colossus as well, and in the end Cristiano to take it. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Que locura, papi. Haha. Que locura. Este poño. And here we go. We're now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have our red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is the reigning champion, even, of last week's of 2 weeks ago Sparkling Tuna Cup. It is Björn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Offside Esports from Lena, Poland, leading the series 1-0. It is Cristiano. Here we go. Here we go. What's the point of canceling something at the last second? I see someone asking about that. I mean, there's various reasons. You force your opponent to commit to stick around a little bit longer so you can try to catch out their army. Like, typically in that kind of scenario, the opponent wants to, like, pick off the base and then get the hell out of there. But there are, obviously, chances that maybe you can get there in time to save it, or even punish the army by making it kind of stick around a little bit longer. Oh. And that does benefit you as a player when it comes to catching out that army. For now, though, standard openers. We have our Gate Expand here from Cristiano, or Gate Cyber Expand. Likewise, double gas out of Björn. Much more aggressive this time from our Terran player. And it makes sense as we load into a smaller map. Magnatha, as we saw, is a very large map of the map. A very large map, a lot of bases, a lot of very long rushes to spike ground. Here on Killer's Mile, smaller map, shorter rushes to spike ground, more aggressive start from our Terran player. Much more aggressive. Also, I want to give some praise to Cristiano because, hey, last game in the lead up to the mid game, he was keeping up with so much aggression. There was just so many counterattacks and drop play and multi-prong aggression out of Björn, and Cristiano, for the most part, he was keeping up. He was keeping up, if not punishing Björn's aggression as well. So it was very impressive to see that. But again, that was on a larger map. Here on a smaller map, aggression does hit different. It hits harder, it hits faster. It is going to be more intense here for Cristiano, assuming that Björn takes the role of the aggressor, and that's our assumption. As for now, faster factory, what does that mean? Faster starport as well. Probe Scout confirms how late the expansion is. So Cristiano, he's aware of the faster factory. And from here we go into a tech lab, into an early cyclone, into a cyclone drop, or even into a tank drop across the map. That's what I'm leaning towards, but no, never mind. Going for Widowmine follow-up, going for a Widowmine drop instead. Okay, so no big commitment here from Björn into like early cyclones or early tanks. For now, moves out with his Reaper Hellion. Does split off. Reapers into the main. Hellion towards the natural. Shield battery is done in time. Just in time. Cristiano does defend. Once again, blink-based opener. Last game on Maganatha, it was 2-gate blink into a faster third out of Cristiano with a very greedy build. This time, on a smaller map, I would expect a higher gateway count. But we'll see. But now that's the second gateway. Into a robo. We'll see if he throws down a third gateway or if he expands. So we'll keep an eye on Cristiano. Meanwhile, the drop is amassing. Here comes that medevac. And it is just going to be, ooh, the initial Marine and Widowmine drop. Okay. He's going to be moving out. Widowmine is set. Still just a 2-gate setup. Yeah, so 2-gate blink into a third base. So very economic build here by Cristiano. I could get behind this on Maganatha. I would say this is a little bit riskier on some of these smaller maps. We'll see if he can keep up with the aggression as here comes that drop. So Marine Widowmine into the main. Hellion Reaper towards the natural. Bjarni does split up. Cristiano, he is in between the bases, so we can respond to either one. Medevac does boost into the main. Cristiano, he does respond, pulls away in time. Nice burrow. Uh-oh. Oof, does focus down the Widowmine just in time. Widowmine is started down. Hellions, they bust into the natural. Stalkers in position. Marines, they don't come back in. And Cristiano holds. He does hold. He deflects the drop. He deflects the Reapers. Cleans up the Widowmine, sorry, the Hellion and the Widowmine, and claims the third. So nice done here by Cristiano. He does defend. He does claim his third base. Beyond behind this, building up towards a 3-1-1 setup. 3 Raxes, 1 Factory, 1 Starport into Stim. Now this is very early Stim here for Beyond. What's occurring here is that typically in a standard TVP, especially against a blink opener, we would see tank production. We'd see Tech Lab on the factory and tanks instead and delayed Stim. This time, we're prioritizing Stim instead, so a very early, very strong Stim timing is going to be available here for Björn, with a lower tank count, of course. So Björn is going to be the aggressor, and Stim, alongside the Bio Army, going to be lined up here with +1. Throws down 2 more Raxes. Ooh, getting up to a 5 Rax setup. Very aggressive. And it's going to be on Cristiano to scout this. He needs to see the researching tech labs. The researching tech labs, the prioritization of the Bio Army. I mean, seeing the Marauders already a tell. Does see the Marauder. Just the 1 tank. Behind this, Cristiano going into +1, charge, Bayes on the way for Colossus. He's still teching. And does pick up a Marine or 2. Nothing major. He has yet to get eyes in the main. But here it comes. Stim is done. And Björn, he wants to break out. He wants to catch his army. So Cristiano trying to slow this down. Gets a Marine. 1 Marine so far. We need Zealot Warpins. Beyond does push. Picking up another Marine. Not bad. No Stalker losses yet here from Cristiano. He hasn't lost a single unit outside of probes. Gets another Marine. Blinks away. Gets a Raven. Oh my god, massive pickup. Takes out a Raven, but it costs him 2 Stalkers. 3 Stalkers. Oh, brutal losses there for Cristiano. Bleeds out 3 Stalkers. Charged on in 5 seconds. And he has enough. Yeah, he has enough. He has enough here for this. Oh, he doesn't see the army, though. Okay, now he does. Does confirm. Tank is exposed. Tank is exposed. Tank can go down instantly. And with that, Cristiano, he will completely shut this down. I say that. Widowmines do come in to reinforce. Without this Colossus, he should be okay. It does break out. Takes some massive mind shots to the face. Cristiano dancing with death here. Again, he can just fight with his ramp, but does try to be proactive, does pull away, and Björn escapes. And what's important here is that Björn, he lost his tanks, lost his Widowmines, but he maintains the Bio Army. Still a very heavy Bio Army here for Björn. A lot of Marines, a lot of Marauders, still very threatening. But Cristiano, as time goes on, now he's got his 2nd Colossus. Observed. He gets spotted. Does he see? Okay, not quite, not quite. But regardless, Cristiano keeps up with the main army. He's aware. Disruptors on the way. and Bjorn expands. Now, this is a bit of a later expansion for Bjorn. He was pretty committed. Oh, he misses. No, he wants it. No one siege. Nah, no one siege in time. Observer is going to go down. Zealous say delay the expansion. And without the Observer, Bjorn going for a drop play. Now there is a second Observer, top left. Oh, but Bjorn, he doesn't quite actually head in that direction. On patrol, going for a split push. And Cristiano, can he keep up? He had an impressive defense in game 1. What about here in game 2? He does spot the Metamax. Does spot the Metamax. Push on the right hand side. Cristiano, yep, he's aware. He warps in at the natural. Engages here on the right hand side. Mine shots are going off. Individual zealots. At the same time, drop here towards that natural. He has to recall. It's a committed drop. And last, Cristiano is being pulled apart. Yeah, this time he cannot keep up. Forced to cancel the fourth base. Close, they will defend the main. They will defend the natural. What about the third? Yeah, Bjorn's done it. He has done it. Cristiano just could not keep up. Not with that drop in the natural. Probes are going down. Expansion falls. And this is critical damage. This is critical damage already here. As he gets 21 probe kills. And he's still not done. Takes down Zealot after Zealot. Like Cristiano, he had an army in position, but it wasn't large enough. He just did not have enough here. Didn't realize how many medevacs there were. How committed the drop was going to be. And Cristiano's in shambles. He has no fourth base. He lost his mineral line, lost his economy, lost a Colossus. It was close. It was intense. And we spoke about it before. I mean, Killer's Mile hits different. It does hit different. On Maganatha, you have more time to warp in. You have more time to reposition. Here on Killer's Mile, you don't. It's a smaller map. Shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map. And Bjorn, he shows that off here. He does show that off here and now. There's a reason why Bjorn chose this map. And now he's steaming in. He does a bit nice EMP. He does go up. Breaks through the disruptors, takes down one, takes down the other, and there's just nothing to stop him. Yeah, there's just not enough back at home. Nova goes off, doesn't connect. GG gets called, and Bjorn he overwhelms. Bjorn ties up the series 1-1. GG. Oh my god, GG, well played. Bjorn does tie things up, and now we're going all the way to the ace match. Now this is going to be Cristiano's map of choice. Cristiano's map of choice coming into the ace match here, and I imagine he wants to go into a larger map. That's what I would imagine here from the side of Cristiano. That he would want to play things out on something that gives him a little bit more breathing room. Something that gives him more space. We'll see. We shall see. As it looks like our next map actually gonna be a small map. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised. I'm curious what the plan is gonna be getting into this, as we are loading into Persephone as the ace match. Short rush distance by air, short rush distance by ground. What are we going for? I'm curious. I'm curious, Cristiano. What do you have for us? Let's go. Let us go. Again, I'm a little bit caught off guard. I was expecting something larger. Like the... I was going to say Last Fantasy. I don't know if I'd commit to that, but... we'll see. We'll see what our plan is going to be. A spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone. We have our Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Offside Esports, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home? It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player himself, the Blue Terran representing Shopify. It is Bjorn. We we go, and welcome one all to Persephone. Persephone is a bit of a smaller map here, very short rush distance by air. I will say that, short rush distance by air. Likewise, short rush distance by ground as well. Doesn't take long at all to go from natural to natural. There are some choke points, and there are definitely some ramps that you can take advantage of, so you could argue this is a more defendable map than the previous map, than Killer's Mile. 100%, I would agree with that. But we'll see if we can get there as the probe scout does come in, and Cristiano is trying to get a read on what Björn is up to. For now, going for an economic opener. Okay. This time it's going to be an economic opener here out of Björn, not rushing into Stim as quickly as they did previously. Crazy aggression like we saw in Game 2. One of the other big features, of course, is the health zone. There is a health pad here on the right-hand side. I don't know if it actually affects units in the sky. I think it does. It might. But there's a health pad on the right-hand side. There's a gold base right next to it, and it is surrounded by speed zones. So many speed zones here on the right-hand corner or the right-hand side of the map. We have an entire alley of speed zones leading into that gold base. And that might be a factor in a longer game. But I'll be honest, I don't know if we're really going to be featuring this gold base anytime soon. Just because we've seen a lot of aggression on this map more than anything. We'll see. Speaking of aggression, we're going to be opening up Tech Lab into Marauder. So Marauder opening here out of Björn. Björn, he knows he got scouted, and the goal for Cristiano with this adept should be to try to punish the CC, to move out and try to get on top of that building SCV and delay the command center. But the Marauder is designed to punish the adept. If the adept shades in, the adept will die. So this concussive shell opener is designed to punish aggressive gateway units in the early game. As Cristiano moves out, and we'll see if he shades into the natural. If he sees those Marauders, he should cancel the shade. But even if he, it's gonna go down. Does commit. Marauders move out. They catch the adepts, and the adepts will not escape. There's a recall though. Yeah, it does recall in time. Whew, saves the adept. But nice catch nonetheless here by Björn as he saves the expansion. Does save his mineral line. Björn moves out. Back at home, Cristiano is getting a safety shield battery. Stalker's on the way. So far, Cristiano's keeping up. He's keeping up. Notice push in, but last shield battery is done in time. Cristiano should be okay. Oh god, no! Oh, we'll lose the Stalker. It doesn't extend. Massive pickoff. Stalker goes down. And can Cristiano punish? No, he cannot. He's going to try to, though. Has to pull away himself. Does take a lot of hits. Adept will fall as well. And these are better traits for Björn. What does he get? What does he lose? Takes down a Stalker, takes down an Adept, and did not lose a single unit. So very nice control here from Björn. Does pull back, and behind this is going for a 2-1-1. This is a rare build in this matchup. Last game we didn't see a 2-1-1, we saw a 3-1-1 setup off of double gas. This is different. This is going to be a stim timing with Medivacs. Building up early bio, much earlier stim this time as well. Remember last game we did delay stim. And Björn is about to be hyper aggressive. And Cristiano is going for the same build. 2-gate blink into a third. Okay. Can he get away with it? I mean, he had a harder time last game. Let's see if he can this time. As we do open up with a Widowmine drop. Okay, Widowmine drop moving out. A similar follow-up here out of Björn. We got there in different ways in last game. It's still very marine, very bio-heavy. Widowmines, they do dive into the main. Cristiano out of position, he has to pull away. Oh! Does pull away in time, but that is a lot of lost mine time here for Cristiano. As he does blink in, takes down one of the Widowmines. The other does escape. Likewise, Marine does scout the third. Does scout saturation. Now, okay, I was about to say that we do see an earlier bay here from Cristiano, so I was curious if he was just going to go blink into Colossus, but it is still going towards charge. But an earlier bay here from Cristiano means earlier Colossus. Widowmine drop comes back in. Oh! Targets the Stalker. Nice blink, nice avoid. So we have a back and forth. Cristiano moves out. Gets eyes on the main army at least. And takes down one, takes down two Marauders. Does blink away in time. Does blink away. Beyond trying to chase him down. Blink, oh, barely not off cooldown. Bleeds out a Stalker. And Beyond, he's pushing. +1 is about to finish. Combat shields as well. Let's go for his double drop. Bio army on the right hand side. Double drop towards the left. Cristiano goes for a warp in. He has some units in position. Even recalls. Oh! He's got one probe. And so far, Cristiano, he holds. Yeah, the observers did see the drop play. So Cristiano, he holds, he defends. Cristiano, he doesn't really have eyes on the right-hand side of the map, though. Oh. Wait, Beyond, can he heal? Oh! Medevac, go in there! No! I don't think he knows. Don't think he's aware of what this is. It's fine, it's fine. But I think air units can be healed there. Just as a heads up. I'm gonna message him after. He's gonna be like, healing pad, what? What are you talking about? That's fine. Beyond does push. Colossus is somewhat in position. Akbar's diving in. Widowmines have said there's just not enough Zealots here. Barely enough. Mine just about to go up. They shut down the Zealots. More reinforcements have arrived just in time. And Cristiano is barely holding his own. Barely is holding on. Mine shots once again. But the warp in does complete. Second Colossus does arrive. And Cristiano, he holds. Whew. Oh my god. Brutal connection though. Cristiano, he does hold on, does defend, does deflect. And again, can he heal those Stalkers with the healing pad? Get over there. God damn it. As now we're getting to double river production. The fourth base is getting up and running for Cristiano, getting fully saturated. Building up disruptors. Setting up all these spotter pylons, spreading out those zealots. Man, we're never going to see this healing pad used, are we? We're never it's just not going to happen. I just want to see like the healing rate of the healing pad. That's what I'm most curious by. Cristiano is building up more disruptors. A third robo's on the way. He's got a decent economy. He's on 4 bases. Soon to get a 5th. Cristiano, he's getting towards that ideal composition in towards the late game. Likewise, Beyond, the aggression has subsided. We can take a breath. We can embrace what we have. Beyond now working towards a 4th TC. His 3rd is fully saturated. Ghost production has begun. Viking production has begun as well. We're getting into a longer game state. We've survived the early game. We've survived. It's like a doctor trying to get their patients to come and do blood pressure tests. Oh no. Cristiano going for the gold. Let's go. Does go for the gold. Likewise, Cristiano slipping in between the bases. Does hit the mineral line. SV's going to be going down. Beyond races back home. As he races back, Cristiano moving in. Takes down the sensor tower. The Vikings, though, they're coming in from behind. They're going for the Colossus. And Colossus, they are going to be going down. He gets one. And takes down one. Going for the other. Billy does not. But gets a Colossus. Not bad. The other barely does survive. More Colossus on the way. Disruptor count looking very high, very healthy. 7 disruptors. That's a lot of balls. It's a lot of Novas. Oh, one disruptor is going to go down. No major connections yet. Cristiano getting a little bit trigger happy there. So he does have to pull away. He rotates, so does Bjorn. Is keeping up. Oh, Masha going up. Now Lakbaz coming for the concave. Nervous will buy time, will zone away. So for good movement here from Cristiano. He's keeping up, still playing on the knife's edge. Still very tense. So got how many? He's got 6 disruptors. He's got 6 Novas. Does commit in. Ooh, 1 doesn't quite connect. Yeah, nice splits are nice target firing out of Bjorn. Does focus on another disruptor. He had 6, now down to 2. I should say down to 3. So he lost 3 disruptors. But the Viking count is quite low actually. Colossus, they trade well. The Bio Army comes from behind though. As EMP. Novus, they will connect and the Bio Army is going to crumble. The Vikings are going to hand here. They go to town on the Colossus. Colossus, they go down, they get reset, but here come the Zealots. Here come the Charge Lots. And Cristiano, he breaks through. I spoke too soon. The Mind Shots. Mind connections are brutal. Cristiano, he backs off. And Bjorn holds. Bjorn does hold again. We had some brutal mind connections. And Cristiano, his reinforcements, they take a long time to arrive. He has no proxy gateway. He has no warp prism. It takes a long time to reinforce here. As he's warping in from back at home. So it doesn't break through it, and the 4th base is up and running. This entire time, Bjorn, he took a 4th. It's left alone, left saturated. Cristiano is trying to kill Bjorn, but and he's just barely not breaking through. Likewise, nice splits. Nice splits out of Bjorn. The goal base is coming into play, bear that in mind. So Cristiano, he has a massive bank. And there we go, now he's going for a split push, but he's spotted by the Widowmine. Spotted. Cristiano trying to distract. Main army moves in. There's a lot of Widowmines. Oof. Barely not connecting though. No major connections. Colossus goes down. Down to 1 Colossus. And rough losses here for Cristiano. Not trading too well. Should be losing that final Colossus. Vikings are being picked up. That's finally going to be connecting. And you can see how close Cristiano is to just getting on top of that expansion. He wants that base. He wants to break Bjorn. He barely isn't. And Bjorn setting up a surround. Trying to come in from behind. Nice cycles on those medevacs. Disruptors are getting target fired. Ooh, Novas are not connecting. Every disruptor goes down. Brutal pickoffs. They're losing almost every single one. Oh my god, massive connection. But Cristiano, he plummeted in supply. Did plummet. He lost so much in that fight. That was not a good trade for Cristiano. Once again, Cristiano is lacking gas. And Cristiano, he's been doing nothing but these bases. Oh. Decent connection. Never goes off. Bjorn now gaining map control. Forces Cristiano back home. Takes down the disruptor. Cristiano at one point he had 6. He's down to 1 disruptor. Back connection, but the disruptor is going to fall. So the Colossus. Just really rough trades here for Cristiano. He does reset the Viking count. Resets the Vikings, but he needs more time to rebuild his disruptors. These are just some really rough trades and really expensive losses for Cristiano. And Bjorn takes another base. Gets another expansion. Let's go. Here come the Zealot run-bys. This is what we wanted. What we've been waiting for. Does find the expansion. Will force a lift off. Bjorn races back home. Cristiano, he has some breathing room. Does get some breathing room. Now he can start building back up. Likewise, as Bjorn backs off, now it's time to take up. We have a Liberation. Liberation is on the way, working towards Liberator range. Fire army gets scouted. Cristiano's gonna have to respond to this. He has to save that gold. Yeah, Bjarni scans, he wants it. There is no recall. Yeah, the base is gonna fall. Massive pick off. Cristiano, he's in trouble here. We'll lose the expansion. Cristiano pushing in. Again, this playstyle from Cristiano, he's been wanting to end the game for quite some time. This might be it, actually. The Viking count is just so high, though. And not enough disruptors. And Colossus is going to be falling. Gets one. Not just the one. Meanwhile, Bjarni just keeps on pushing. Our reinforcements back at home. Colossus being targeted down one after the other. Massive connection. Never goes off. But there's not enough. There's not enough Zealots, not enough Stalkers. This army is going to fall. Back at home, Cristiano, he does defend. Does save bottom right. But is oversaturated, and Bjarni gets a fresh mining base. It's a fresh mining expansion. And these trades they've just not been good enough here for Cristiano. He's still only got 2 disruptors. Keeps going back into Colossus. Keeps trying to, I should say. Gets half a mineral line. 8 SCV kills, not bad. Takes out 8 SCVs. Bleeds out another disruptor. A little bit premature. With that Nova, another expansion being taken. That's the main. The main does float over. And Cristiano, he doesn't know. He's not aware. Liberation has arrived. That's what we've been waiting for. Another Colossus falls. Nice target firing there out of Bjarni. Okay, Cristiano's been trying to break this base for almost the entire game, and Bjarni just doesn't budge. Cannot. He isn't being broken. Cristiano taking the center expansion. He could retake the gold. So now more Liberators. Let's go up. Just 4 Vikings, but they take down another Colossus. Yeah, another, and almost another as well. The EMPs are brutal. And Bjarni's just dominating this fight. Dominate takes down 3 Colossus. Oh! Rocks, they do catch some of the bio. Not bad. A nice little trap there for Cristiano. No! We'll still lead out those disruptors, though. They still go down, and Cristiano, he plummets in supply. He loses too much, far too much here. Really expensive losses, and he doesn't have his gases. He can't afford this. He has 2,000 minerals, but the gas income is lacking. Or at least lacking when it comes to what he's losing, what he's trading. He's rebuilding these Colossus and disruptors, he loses them instantly. He just throws them away. He just cannot build up. Cristiano there looking for a fight. Oof. It's a lot of Vikings. Zealots, they come in for a surround. Better engage here for Cristiano for the first time in a long time. He collapses on some of the Marauders, but still not good enough. Still just being forced back. Trying to maintain himself. Once again, more Vikings trickling in. Does catch out the Liberator. Nova's ASO'd away. But Bjarni's pushing forward. He's gaining more ground. Cristiano plummeting in supply once again. Having a hard time rebuilding. Has to rely on purely Zealots. Meanwhile, the lib count is getting higher and higher. He's making 3 libs at a time. That's a lot of freedom. The freedom is coming in. And there's no good answer. Oof. Another disruptor falls. Takes down 1 Liberators. It's an okay pickup. So they come in to reinforce, but Cristiano's going to lose everything here. Better Nova towards the end. But the Zealots go down, the Stalkers go down, the Colossus are exposed. GG, and Bjarni, he overwhelms Cristiano. And Bjarni will take the series at 2-1. GG. Again, Cristiano, for almost the entire game, he had map control, he had the better economy. Cristiano, he was trying to break that third base, but he just could not. At one point, he was able to get like half a mineral line, but again, the Novas were lackluster. He just could not break that defensive position. And alas, Beyond, he was freely expanding. Remember, Beyond, he was freely getting his fourth base, he was getting his fifth base, he was freely taking more expansions, taking more bases. And with that, he was able to overcome. Able to persevere. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Björn does claim it. Cristiano, he came close. Again, was looking solid in game 1, and even here in game 3, he had some really good moments as well. But GG. GG, well played. GG, well played, as we are getting into our next game, as we are loading into our next semifinals match, as we have a PvP coming up ahead of us. Let's go. We have our PvP. And game 1 is going to be on Maganatha. Oh. Here we go. We're going to be loading into our next game. We're going to be loading into Maganatha, and we're going to be loading into our PvP between Skillus and Trigger. Sorry, just messaging the players, making sure we are set up, making sure we are good to go. As we jump in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have our Canadian Protoss player, our blue Protoss representing Basilisk, who it is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player. For Team Liquid, it is Skillus. Here we go. So we are going to be jumping into this and getting to our lower semifinals. Again, in the upper semis, we just had Björn. Björn does advance onto the grand finals. He's waiting for the winner here of our next series. Björn is waiting for the winner of this PvP. Regardless, it is going to be a Protoss up against Björn. Will it be Trigger? Will it be Skillus? Up to you to decide. As if you're in the chats, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think is going to advance onto the grand finals. Will it be one Protoss or the other? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As we do settle in. Got a root for my Osu, brother. God damn it. Trigger does have an Osu problem. He plays a lot of Osu. A lot of Osu. SMH. SMH, my head. Not the only one. I think there are some other players that they warm up by playing Osu. They warm up their fingers. I say warm up, Trigger, he just plays it. Osu King. Has to do settle in. Again, it's gonna be a 2-gate opener. Oh, actually, yeah, 2-gate opener here out of Skillus. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Trigger as well. Problem is why he's so good. Clearly, true. As Skillus, he does hide his third pylon. Actually, hello. Skillus setting up a proxy. Setting up for a proxy in the center of the map. Interesting location here for Skillus. Does keep his probe on patrol. And show us the Robo. The Robo has been thrown down. Trigger, he expands. Meanwhile, Skillus is going for the cheese. He's going for the all-in. Trigger, he does move back with his probe, and oh, will he scout this? He will. Trigger, he sees this instantly, as this is the main scouting path, by the way. So bold location there for Skillus. Trigger is aware of what's going on. He does see everything, and Trigger, he will confirm the lack of expansion, of course, as we do have another gateway in the main. one base holding. So one way or another, Skillous, he is going to end the game. Either he kills Trigger or he dies trying. Trigger back at home trying to set up a defense. Shield batteries are on the way. We'll see if Trigger can hold. We'll see if he can survive this. Let's go. Let us go. There's more reinforcements on the way. Immortal production has begun. It's all or nothing here for Skillous. We're now poking in. With this, he can reinforce with a Warp Prism, so he can juggle back, so he can warp in across the map and also save his units. Control his Immortals. Here comes that Prism. So he can micro. He can juggle. Meanwhile, the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Trigger, as he responds with his own Robo, with his own Immortal production. So the Immortals are on the way. See if Trigger can hold. They threaten the shade. Prism has arrived. More Immortals are on the way. So far, Trigger is keeping up. So plenty of force fields. Again, sentries this early on are ideal to slicing up the army. Adepts, they threaten the shade towards the main army does catch out one of the Stalkers. Nice catch. One Stalker goes down. But the shield batteries, they keep everything else alive. Yeah, Immortal does move out. Running out of force fields. Still a couple of sentries left over. Oh! Here's some taking a couple of hits. Nicely done, locking down the army. Immortal barely saved. Trigger here extends for a moment, has to back off, comes in with his own Prism. And Trigger's holding. He is holding on. A second Immortal does rock in. Oh. Nice wall. Trigger, he does wall off in time. Immortals into the main. Trigger, can he split up? As the Immortals, they do take control of the main base. Trigger getting pulled apart here. Does try to maintain himself. Does focus towards that main. No anti-air. So far, nice juggling. Does save the Immortals. Adepts, they bust into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Prism takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage, but does survive. Prism survives. Skillous, he pulls out. Ooh, and despite the damage that was done, despite losing 3 probes, Trigger, he did pull away his workers. He does preserve his mineral line. Still ahead. Still is ahead in economy. And does shade in time. Again, a shade cannot get past another shade of an opposing adept. So you can body block with your own shades. Nice moves out of Trigger. A little bit late this time. Oh, does he wall? Whew, just barely. Barely does wall up. Once again, locks down the army with those force fields. Trigger, he saves all his sentries. Doesn't save the adept. Does save the sentries. Moves in. The Immortals are very low. God, the Immortals are low for Skillous. And he wants one. Can he get it? Once again, nice force fields. The Immortal goes down. Down to 2. Massive pickup. Trigger, he has to pull away. Does pull back. Toys are being pulled. Yeah, Trigger can take the fight. He's up in Immortals. Trigger, he has an overwhelming army. Ooh, barely does not lock down the Immortal, though. Yeah, barely not. Has to pull back. Gets so close to bringing him down. And Trigger, he has momentum. He has held. Shuts down the main army. Only 2 Immortals survive. And Trigger, he holds. He will hold. He will take a lead. Chases down the Stalker. And he's going for the production. Does send it across the map. Oh my god. The control takes out an Immortal. He gets 1. He gets 2. There's 1 left. Goes to the warp pin. Get an intense micro battle. Trigger, he does take it in the end. Recalls back home. Miss Rally. Oh. Yeah, rough miss rally here from Trigger. Bleeds out a Stalker. Skillous is not out of this yet. Just try to shade past. The shade is denied. And we get a full surround. GG gets called. Trigger, he will hold. And Trigger, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Okay, nice control there by Trigger. He was able to keep up. He was able to, more importantly, maintain his army, save his units, force field as well. Very efficient fights out of Trigger, and Trigger takes a lead. Does take a lead. And now we're getting into game number 2. Jumping into game 2 here, and as a reminder, it's going to be Skillus' map of choice. They give this map of choice here, coming into game 2. An Osu and DDR addiction. Good old days. Life was a lot simpler. Let's go. I had the DDR PS2 floor mats back in the day. That was back in like 2001, I want to say. Back in 2001, 2002-ish maybe. Long time ago. Like plug it into the PS2. Play some DDR. Both the metal ones for the PS3. Let's go. I remember that came out around the same time as the Yahe toy. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Sandworm, sorry, top right-hand corner of Sandworm, we have our blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Skillus. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. SingStar in my case. Had my karaoke episode. Let's go. Let's go. Nah, I didn't quite get into SingStar. It was I think the rate of progression was like DDR and like the iToy came out initially, then SingStar, and then after that it was like Rock Band. There was like Guitar Hero, Rock Band. That was like right after that. Yeah, we had our little Rock Band crew. Then we had the mic, the drum sets, and the guitar. It's beautiful. Well, it wouldn't be Rock Band, it was Guitar Hero, yeah. Good times. do they still do that? Are they still like modern like Guitar Heroes being released? I don't think so. What happened? Oh my god. Early to mid 2000s. Crazy time. Crazy. Crazy time. But now that we're settling into our PvP, once again, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Trigger, likewise 2-gate opener out of Skillus. This time Skillus, he will hide his second pylon. You can see here, Trigger, he goes in for the scout. He is looking for the pylon, and it is nowhere to be found. We can see, though, it is hidden here at the left-hand location. Again, it is a fake proxy pylon. This is designed to force an overreaction out of Trigger, as Skillus is just moving out with a delayed probe scout. Trigger back across the map, opening up double Stalker. Much more aggressive start out of Trigger as he is searching. Looking for any kind of signs of an expansion. Stalker does pop. Trigger pulls away. And with that pylon block Skillus, he will delay the expansion. Will delay the Nexus. Trigger opening up double Stalker into a third and fourth Stalker, which means he'll most likely move out. Hyper aggression. So he does claim his natural. Probe, ooh, does try to dip in. Trigger, he doesn't quite see any kind of expansion. No setup yet. Does he move out? Looks like he's pushing towards the left. Double sentry behind this. Skill's going for a later expansion, but he's waiting on the high ground. Meanwhile, Trigger, he does actually skirt around the edge. He avoids that main ramp. He avoids the main army. Skill's through the center, and Trigger, he sneaks by. He does slip by. Heads towards the main. Skillless. I mean, both armies in a way kind of out of position. They will hit each other. And what are we going for? Who recalls first? Oh, nice force field. Does force through the ramp. Likewise, sentry is not quite in position here. Back at home. Sentries are going down though. Stalker survives. Uh oh. And the pylon is under fire. Back at home, there we go. Does force a recall. Pylon goes down. Better trade for Trigger. Takes down the pylon, takes down 2 workers, takes down the sentries. Yeah, 2 sentries, a stalker, a pylon, 2 probes. Trigger does come out ahead. Does come out ahead. Blink is on the way for Skillless. Meanwhile, Trigger, he just reinforces. He warps in extra stalkers. He delays his own tech, goes for a robot opener, and he pushes. And Trigger, he might have too much. He does have that supply lead. Diving at the army. He does force field him in. And this might just be too much. Yeah, the stalkers are going down one after the other. GG gets caught. Skillless gets caught out. And Trigger, he will take the 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Skillless took a risk earlier pushing across the map. He was forced to recall. It was not worth it. Skillless did not get enough damage done. Likewise, he took a lot of losses back at home. And again, despite the recall, he was not able to defend, or he wasn't able to maintain his losses. He got caught with his pants down. Remember, he had no blink. He had no way to get out of those force fields. He was caught with his pants down. GG. GG. The pants were down, papi. The pants were down. And Trigger, he will claim the series, will advance on. And with that, Trigger will face off against Björn in the grand finals. GG. GG. Well played. As we are heading over to the Korean server for that best of 5. Just need a moment. Now, before the grand finals, we do have something special. We do have something special here so far. As for every Sparkling Tuna Cup, we do have a random raffle. Now, this is a random participation raffle. All the players that did compete here this week are eligible here for 5 USD. It isn't anything major, it's anything too big, but it is a 5 USD nonetheless, available to all participants. You have to have played your first match, and I believe this week we do have 0 no-shows, which means all players are eligible for that 5 USD. Let's go. Let us go. Do need a moment to set that up and to get that going. One moment. As this week we have 28 players. Oh my, that's a lot of players. 28 players. 28 eligible players here are available for our random raffle. I was like, guys, I need a minute. It's raffle time. And Björn's like, oh, I can save you. It's me. It's Björn. Este Björn. God damn. Shaking my head. But here we go. We have 28 players here for this week's random raffle. 28 players. And one player walks away a little bit richer. Here we go. One player does walk away a little bit richer. And this week, the random raffle winner is... I still need like a little drum set. This week, congratulations. Ooh, to our semi-finalists, actually. Congratulations to Skillless. Congratulations to Skillless. He is our random raffle winner. You can see the runner-ups. We have Hormono, Trigger. We have Hormono, we have Trigger, Stardash, Azura, and Hacker is top. Alas, Skillless does walk away with some prize money. Didn't quite make it to the finals, but does still earn something for his time here. Congratulations. Again, anyone is eligible as long as you played out your matches. So, hey, it could even be you. It was actually last night that Yaku actually won the random raffle as well. GG. GG, well played. So congratulations, and with that, we can now get our finals underway. Again, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, if you want to help support this tournament, !Patreon in the chat, and you will get a link to our Patreon page. Our Patreon does fund our event, does fund Sparkling Tuna Cup alongside Sea Duckling Open and Master Swan Open as well. It is all funded through Patreon, so you can help support us through Patreon if you wish. Otherwise, it's time for the finals. Let's go. Raffle didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah, always, Pappy, always. Let's go. The pants, they were down, Pappy. They were down. Here we go. So we're getting into those grand finals. So congratulations here to Skillers Nikita, as now we're here to crown our tuna for the week. Our sparkling tuna even. Is it going to be Beyond? Is it going to be Trigger? Way to find out. Game 1 is going to be on Last Fantasy, the one and only 3-player spawn map. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have our Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have our South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Shopify. It is Beyond. A map that was featured earlier in the tournaments between Beyond and Eba, but not on this channel. It was featured elsewhere. It was game 2 between Beyond and Eba, but now we're featuring it here between Beyond and Trigger, and we'll see who can claim the win. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat, as predictions are now open for this best of 5, not best of 3. Let's go. Now, welcome one and all to Last Fantasy. Last Fantasy is a very unique map, and what is unique about it? I mean, a lot, to be fair. Shout out to the tuna, by the way. Beautiful. But this is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, or top center. 3 possible spawn locations. Trigger, he will scout on the right-hand side, and Trigger, he will find Beyond immediately. So Trigger does find him. Beyond does open up economically. Single gas opener. Single gas out of Beyond. Going for a racks into expansion. Trigger does poke in. Trigger, he doesn't quite scout though. I mean, he confirms his opponent. He's in position to delay the expansion, and there it is. He does force the expansion a little bit off center. Does force it off center here, and he confirms it is an economic opener. So nice start for Trigger. Confirms the economic opener, and also delays it. With that Trigger, he can pull away. Beyond, meanwhile, is in the dark as to the positioning of his opponent. Now, something that can help when it comes to scouting is that if you go for a cross-spawn scout, there are speed zones. There are speed zones all over. Look at this. We just litter the map with speed zones in the center. This is to make it easier to Reaper scout, or just scout in general, from corner to corner. Diagonally, I mean. So you can scout a little bit faster. This does assist with scouting, and also with mid-game movement as well. So we'll see how this does come into play. Likewise, there also, do you see these massive red fences? I mean, we're fenced in. Because of this area here, you can't get there. You cannot get past these otherwise air blockers. That's what they're called. Air blockers here do surround the map, which means there is less dead space and the map is actually smaller than usual. So less dead space here behind the natural, behind the main base, and drop play is less accessible as a result. So we are pinned in. Feels air blocker, man. Beyond, he found out the hard way when he was playing against Eba. He did lose his drops, trying to, or actually drops, I think drops were maybe on Banshees, as he was trying to dip in and out between bases. Was caught. Speaking of drop play, Beyond does go and open up Wintermine drop. Wintermine drop open out of Beyond. Hellion does dive in, and the Hellion, I believe, does he scout? He does not. Or he does. Sorry. He does scout, he does get eyes on the tech. He is aware of the Blink-based opener from Trigger. It's going to be Blink. Is aware. As Beyond across the map is setting up. Get into his own 1-1-1 followed by additional Raxes. Widowmine drop is on the way. Does confirm the third Nexus as Trigger did open up 2-gate Blink into a third. Very greedy build here by Trigger. We saw this from Cristiano. Trigger doing the same. Oh no! Ooh, as he does pull the boys. Does pull away. Will save all of his workers. Oh no! Not again! Remember, there are those air blockers. And Bjarni has to be careful. Has to be careful. Respect the air blockers as he almost gets caught out. Hi. Even here. As you cannot traverse to the corners of the map. Don't try. As you can get stuck. That's Trigger. He does pin back that medevac. Again, there's a bit of a learning curve. As you can, with a lot of these maps, there's a learning curve. I'm sure Bjarni is not too used to this map as well. I'm sure no one is, actually. Trigger moving out. And the goal here for Trigger should just be to contain. To contain the Terran player for as long as he can. Bjarni's just building up towards his stim, towards his eventual move out. So he does poke out. What is this wall? Ah, no. I mean, this reminds me of, there's a... For those of you that have seen Love, Death, and Robots, there's an episode kind of like this, where, as you can see, you have like this lush area in the center. I mean, I guess that's what it means, Lost Fantasy. You have like this lush area in the center, like it's all green, and then there's like desolate wasteland outside of the kind of air blockers, almost like it's like kind of like protecting like the apocalypse from like encroaching upon this area, but there's still like a battle waging within it anyway. But I'm pretty sure that's like the idea here. It's like desolate wasteland outside, but we're pinned in, and this is where there's life, there's speed zones, Terran, there's Protoss. Soon only gonna be one. Only one. Trigger moving out with his own prism. Bjarni waiting for his upgrade. Sim is about to finish now. Bjarni can break out. And it's on Trigger to slow this down. To keep eyes on this. Does make away. Trigger goes for his drop. Let's go for the drop so far. Bjarni's keeping up. No major losses yet. Likewise, let's catch out a medevac. Medevac goes down. Nice pick off. Very nice pick off. Yes, Marines are getting picked away at. Cells they catch reinforcements. Marauder goes down. 2 SCVs. Oof. Forcing a bit of friendly fire. And Bjarni, he doesn't quite find his way across the map. Yeah, he pulls away. Yeah, it's too late. He was delayed. He has to pull back home. Prism is going to fall to the auto turrets. But alas, Trigger, he does catch Bjarni. Does catch him out, does catch him with his pants down. Tanks do fall, Widowmines as well. Nice catch here from Trigger. And Bjarni's in trouble. Bjarni's in trouble. Oof. Pistol goes off. Bjarni's holding. Bjarni holds on, but he does miss his timing. Despite having stint, despite having +1. Does miss that timing here that he otherwise would have had. And lost all of his tanks, now he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. Third CC is done, but cannot be landed. Bjarni is contained. Oh. Trigger does split off. Does pull away. Does pull away in time. In. And Trigger, he's just containing. Remember, he's on full 3-base saturation. He can now take a 4th as well. Trigger just containing and starving Bjarni out. At least that's his goal. Trying to dive in, bidding out those Widowmine shots. Mine shots, they go up. Nice splits there from Trigger. He does pull away. He just doesn't have enough. He cannot push in. That's just an overwhelming bio army. Trigger, he respects it. He's like, you know what? I don't have to try to push into this. I'm good. Trigger, he just calmed down. He can pull away. Splits off towards that main. Vikings are ready for this. Prism is zoned out. And Trigger just takes his fourth. Just takes his fourth base. Working towards Storm, +2. Again, there's no rush for Trigger. Trigger, he doesn't have to push into the natural. Containing Beyond is his win condition. Just contain Beyond. As Beyond is finally breaking out and finally expanding. Third base is being taken. Trigger, he pulls away completely, but Storm is ready. Here we go. Storm is ready. This is something that we did not see from Cristiano. Cristiano, he committed to Gateway Army into Robo, into Disruptors. Here, Trigger, he's got his Storms. Does come in. Massive. Oh my god. Brutal connection. Storm pops up. Mind just here on a handful of Zealots. And here come more Storms. Again, there's what? 5 High Templar. Each with at least one. Storm in the mineral line. There are some EMPs. Drew has to be careful. Missile goes up. Storm does zone away, takes down the Raven. Another Storm here on the Vikings. Brutal EMP, Prism goes down, no more Storms. And no Storms remaining. And Trigger, he's running out of steam here. He's running out of Zealots, he has to pull away. Did trade well, took down 20 SCVs. 20 SCVs go down, Beyond gets punished for expanding. Beyond has to pull away, 20 workers do fall. And Trigger, he reinforces. Now, he did lose his War Prism. Has to be rebuilt. Prism's on the way. Warping in more High Templar. And again, Trigger, he doesn't have to push into the natural. All he has to do is deny the third. Deny the third base over and over again. That's all that Trigger needs to accomplish. Last Beyond expands away from Trigger. You can see Trigger fanning out his Zealots, making sure there's no ninja bases. I mean, again, there's a lot of expansions. So Trigger is scouting. Making sure there's no hidden expansions. No CCs. Trigger does scout the third. Zealots, they drop into the main. EMPs popping off. High Templar, they have to be so careful against those ghosts, against those EMPs. Does storm the mineral line. And Templar, they don't quite lead the charge. Decent feedbacks, decent trades. Storm zones. Meanwhile, Zealot warping into the main. Yeah, he just pulls Beyond apart. GG gets called, and Trigger, he overwhelms. Trigger takes game number 1. Ooh, GG. Trigger does take a lead in the series. Again, very intense play. It was so important that Trigger, he was able to stop the first push. Remember, Beyond, he built up towards the stim timing, towards the tank move out across the map. And remember, Beyond, he lost those tanks. He lost those tanks instantly as he tried to move out. Bled out 2 tanks. As he moved out, Zealot Runby or Zealot Drop came in, distracting Beyond, pulling him apart. And Beyond, his first push kind of fell on its face. And after that moment, Trigger, he maintained map control, took his third, took his fourth, got into Storm. And Trigger just never allowed Beyond to expand and get his third. Not freely, at least. With that, GG well played. Very aggressive style there by Trigger. Very much so in the face of Beyond. And that leads us here into game number 2. And this has been Beyond's go-to. Every time that Beyond loses a game, what do we see? Killer Smile. We saw this against Iba, we saw this against Cristiano, and now we're seeing this against Trigger. As a reminder, for this tournament, it's loser's pick. And every single game, Beyond, clearly, he likes this map, is going for Killer Smile. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Killer Smile, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Can BCs warp in there? If you're referring to outside of the boundaries of the air blockers, the answer is no. Nothing can traverse there. Not even like BCs teleporting out. You're locked in. Cannot break out of that. Here we go. So do settle into our next game. Oh, I see non-stop A move in the chats. If you want to cry about balance, cry somewhere else. as Bjorn has been winning quite a lot of TVPs already tonight, so watch yourself, back. You watch yourself. Cry somewhere else. So now we're jumping into our next game. So far, Bjorn going for once again an economic opener. As a reminder, last game, Bjorn did go for a Rax Expand. Once again, same opener. Same opener out of Bjorn. Now, one of the reasons why we see Bjorn picking Killer's Mile time and time again is this does favor aggression. The rush distance by ground is quite short. Likewise, the third base and the natural are a little bit more accessible. Specifically, I'm referring to the third. The reasoning for this is because to get up and actually engage with the third base, the ramp leading into it is here at the center of the map. Likewise, there's no defensive ramp, there's no choke point either, so we could see a lot more success out of Bjorn aggressively on a map like Killer's Mile. And we've seen it time and time again against Eba and against Christiane. Again, this is Bjorn's go-to so far. Oh, speaking of, Bjorn is going to be opening up with a Marauder. Now, the goal here, as we saw previously in today's broadcast, is to hunt down and to catch the first gateway unit. If Trigger were to try to move out with a Stalker or with an Adept, then the Marauder is built, Castle Shell as well, to punish that. Meanwhile, I'm a little bit shocked, not a Twilight Council, Stargate. So it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Trigger. Nice arguments. That last... Okay. If you keep crying, we'll just ban you. It's fine. Not gonna get baited in. Not gonna get baited in. It's fine. For now, though, we have our move out. As we can see, Trigger, he didn't actually push with his first gateway unit, whether it's Adept or Stalker, he actually stays back home. So Bjorn is going to be more assertive with our initial units instead. So he does move out. Reaper into the mineral line. Oh, gets one probe already. Not bad. Takes down a worker. Likewise, gets a full scout, gets eyes on the Stargate. Marauders towards that natural. No safety shield battery. Uh-oh. But there is the Oracle, and the Oracle will focus us down. Now, unfortunately, the Oracle has to spend its money, or spend its energy back at home to defend. And we'll clean up those Marauders, but at the cost of 3 probes. 3 workers go down. Not a bad trade here by Bjorn. Back at home, though, can he survive? Can he defend? Because here comes the counterattack. Now, instantly, Bjorn needed to start his Cyclone production. Cyclone is on the way in the main. Likewise, building up his bio. Bunker at the natural. Bjorn is building up. But alas, the Cyclone is not quite ready so far. Gets a Marine. Bunker isn't ready either. And he will focus on those Marines just barely. Yeah, Marines are falling one after the other, but the Cyclone has arrived. With that Cyclone, we can force back the Oracle. Despite that, nice counter damage with the scan. Can he get it? He can. Whew. Oracle does fall. Nice pick off there by Bjorn. And we trade 3 and 3. 3 probes for 3 SCVs. Of course, Bjorn did lose 2 Marauders, and that was, I would say, a bit of a more expensive loss there from Bjorn. From here, our players back off, and Trigger can get his expansion. Now, as we can calm things down, as we can take our breath here, Trigger is getting to 3 bases, and he is switching out of Stargate play into Blink Stalkers. Now, because of this, he is vulnerable. There is a window in time where he doesn't really have much of a mobile army. The reasoning for this is because he's not opening up Phoenix. So there's no Phoenixes. Twilight Council is late. Blink is late because of the Stargate. So there is a window in time here that Bjorn can abuse. Meanwhile, across the map, Bjorn, he's just building up his own bio army, working towards Stim. We have Stim, we have combat shields, building up his tank can as well. Settling in. Here we go. Players are building up towards that mid game. Likewise, Bjorn once again going for a very heavy Marauder based composition. Building up his Marauders. Likewise, Bjorn, he doesn't get baited into making additional Cyclones either, or rushing into a Starport. Just very heavy Marauder into tank. No fear for Phoenixes. And Trigger, he has to ideally slow down this army. Does at least spot it. Wants that Cyclone. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Bjorn committing here to a 2-base all-in. The boys have arrived. And Trigger is setting up, getting a second shield battery. We're bringing more zealots. Beyond is moving in. And Trigger has to buy more time for another warp in. And can he pull this off? Tanks are sieged. Ooh. Yeah, massive tank shot goes off. Nice catch here on the bio. Forces Beyond back. Getting a Marauder. Gets a Marauder. Bunkers being thrown down. Beyond trying to commit. Is barely out of range of the side defense. But he's pushing in. Gets within range. And cannons are falling. Charge is not yet done. We have to. It's still a ways off. Yeah, still no charge. Beyond pushes in. Trigger is in trouble here. He needs 10 more seconds. Trying to step us around. Tank's getting within range. Charge now complete. But is it too late? Because Beyond, he walls up. He walls up. He walls up. Zealots are trying to trickle in. But Beyond may just have too much here. Likewise, catching reinforcements. Not bad. Next is getting low. And Trigger, he has to commit. Does charge forward. That's a lot of zealots. Gets a first tank. He gets one. He gets two. And he's going to barely get all three. Yeah, 3 tanks going to be going down. Nice catting here by Beyond, but there might just be too many zealots. Yeah, no repairs. SCVs did fall. And Trigger, he will shut this down. And Trigger, more importantly, saves the third. He saves the third base, cleans up the main army, and Trigger, he holds. Whew. Oh my god. A very patient play there by Trigger. Cleaned up the bunkers, the tanks, the SCVs, saves the expansion. And back at home, Beyond, he's in trouble. He had no follow-up. He has no third TC. He just now starting 2 more Maxes. There was no follow-up. Beyond, he's stuck at home, and Trigger can take a 4th. From here, he can just take another expansion, get a 4th base, build up towards a greater economy, get into splash damage. Hey. It's Trigger. He weathered the storm. Let's go. Let's weather the storm. Likewise, Oracle into the main. Gets one, gets 2 SCVs. Oh. It's a couple of SCVs, and again, Beyond, he just has no follow-up. What's important here, he didn't just throw down 2 more Maxes, he throws down another 2. So he's setting up to, what, a 7-rack setup. He's getting ready for a second 2-base all-in. Like, we are not macroing from here, we're not expanding, we're not getting a 3rd base. Beyond, he's getting ready for wave number 2. He's getting ready for round 2. And if Trigger was too greedy, he'd be in trouble, but Trigger didn't get a 4th. He didn't get a 4th base. Trigger, he didn't take a risk. He wasn't too greedy. The boys are being pulled. Let's go once again. The boys are being pulled in for the 2nd round. Trigger with mass zealots. Do we go for the base trade? we might end up in a weird base trade here. This I'm less certain of. Trigger, he pulls back. Does have a recall. Beyond, he does catch Trigger out of position. Trigger is completely out of position. The second all-in has arrived. This time the base will fall. Celtic coming from hand. The tanks are exposed. The tanks! The bio army, it's on the wrong side. Tanks are going down one after the other. And Trigger, he's going to shut this down. The tanks, they fall immediately. They're the first to go down. See, really, Trigger, he was exactly where he needs to be. GG gets called, and Trigger, he will take a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. I was worried that Trigger was out of position, he was out in the center of the map, but really, because he came in from behind, he got the tanks. He got the tanks for free. The Marines, the Marauders, the SCVs, they were on the wrong side of the tanks. They were on the opposite side of the army. And with that, the tanks were the first to fall. With that, Trigger takes a 2-0 lead. Let's go. Let's go. Trigger needs one more game to claim the series to be our champion. Now, it is going to be Beyond's map of choice. Now, when it comes to Killer's Mile, we expected aggression. I wasn't expecting a 2-base all-in, but that's what we got. We got a 2-base all-in out of Beyond. What map do we embrace this time? Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? Are there any maps we haven't seen yet today? Let's actually double check here. Ooh, we've seen this map once. Beyond's map of choice, we are loading into Pylon. Okay. I haven't seen Tokamak. Yeah, Tokamak is the one map that we haven't seen yet today. We've seen every other map at least once. At least once so far. We go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Pylon, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have our red Terran representing Shopify. Down in the series, by the way, down 2-0. The pressure's on. He has to fight back here and now to have a chance in this series to make a series out of this. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. We go. Go. As we are going to be settling into this. So far, we have our initial openers. And I'll be honest, we actually haven't casted too much on this map. We had the one PvP earlier. Overall, this is a bit of a larger map. It's a larger map in the map pool, very wide map as well. Oh, I appreciate the effects. Do appreciate the effects here. But we'll see how our players do approach this. On a bit of a larger map, I do feel like aggression is going to be a little bit less favored here, so I do actually like Trigger's position coming into this. Do appreciate his position. Once again, Beyond going for a single gas opener, going for the CC on the low ground. This time he will land it on location. This time he won't have to lift, won't have to reposition. So far, so good. And we'll see how Trigger mixes it up. I mean, so far this series, we've seen a couple of different openers. We've seen a Stargate opener into Oracle. We've seen 2-gate Blink into a faster third base. On a larger map, I'm leaning towards 2-gate Blink. I mean, that is a little bit more viable here. We'll keep an eye on Trigger. We'll keep an eye on it. Trigger been playing real good lately. Same with Hero. Hero on fire. Even when he does Hero things, he still wins. Yeah, I mean, that's Hero. That's always Hero. Tell you, he likes it when you go into his wall and when there's nothing to defend. Because he defends. It's crazy. It's crazy. Este Hero. Yeah, Hero's been doing well. I mean, we've been singing the praises of Trigger for quite some time. Trigger, he, of course, has been in Korea for... God, how long has it been? 8 months? I feel like we're coming up on like 10 months, right? It's been a while. I think he went to Korea in June, like June, July-ish of last year. So he's been there for quite some time. So yeah, Trigger, he's been improving a lot. Skillus as well, right? We were talking about how Skillus, he's defeated Byeon and Cure recently. Of course, Skillus, he didn't quite make it through Trigger in the PvP. But I'm sure if Skillus was up against Beyond, he'd also be putting on a good show as well, as he has in the past. A lot of success. But more importantly, I'm happy to see our players kind of like indulge in some of these maps. We've seen some maps become a little bit more popular, whether it's like Killer's Mile, whether it is... what other map am I thinking of? Sandworm, that's it. Sandworm as well. Of course, we're only featuring 8 TLMC maps this week. Next week, we're going to be featuring the other 8 maps. As he left his code out. Behind this, Byeon going for a bit of an old school build here, going at 3cc, 3 racks. Okay. So, if you've been watching Byeon, you would know that this is a build that was very popular last season back on Site Delta. Site Delta, Byeon would almost exclusively do this build on this map. Site Delta, one of the larger maps in its time, in its previous map pool. This is a very greedy build, and this does hit like a truck in the mid-game. Basically, what's happening here is that we're able to afford a faster third base, we're able to cut corners, staying on a low gas count, getting into a stim timing early on. Now, Byeon, he can hit this timing quite well, but he doesn't have to commit to it. He can back off and build up towards a faster third base and skyrocket ahead in the mid-game. Right now, I would say the pressure's on Trigger to try to punish this build of Byeon. And we'll see if he can, as he opens up 3-gate Blink. 3-gate Blink into a third base. I would say a very middle-of-the-road build here from Trigger. He can be aggressive with it, and he is. He is going to be pushing out, and we'll see what Trigger can get done. Now, because of the 3 racks, no tanks. 0 tanks to defend. but a heavy bio cannon instead with early stim. As Trigger, he has yet to really confirm the build. Does reinforce. He can dive on that bunker. Stim is done in 3 seconds. Oh, if he blinks in, then Stim can be activated. Does push forward. Blinking back, takes out the bunker. Bunker does fall. The mass bio is revealed. And you can see Trigger being very careful here, holding onto that blink. Oh, does pull away. Prism, oh, is going to be shut down. A nice catch here by Bjorn. Ooh, takes down the Prism and shuts down the Stalkers. With that, Bjorn holds. Bjorn does hold. Bjorn is so far, he's getting away with the expansion. Takes down a couple of Stalkers. Takes down a couple of Stalkers, soon taking his own third. For now, at least Trigger, he is maintaining map control somewhat. He's at least containing Bjorn, picked off all the Marines. Claiming his third. Behind this, working towards charge, +1. Now, when it comes to the power of this fast third CC, it isn't really shown until the mid game. We have to wait until Bjorn can actually land his third base, claim it, and saturate. Once he does, then Bjorn, or the Terran player, will take a lead, supply-wise, in the mid game. As long as he can land that third. But now, though, Bjorn settling in. We have a massive gateway explosion from Trigger, going up to 7 more gates, getting up to 10. Jesus. 10 gateways for Trigger. I'm used to seeing Protoss players go into +1 and charge into Colossus, but Trigger, he's just going mass zealot. It's crazy. Staying on the lower gas counts, does build up the Immortal. Third base now being taken here for Bjorn. But I would imagine Trigger, he wants to be aggressive. He wants to try to knock this down. Gets eyes on the third. Trigger knows. Going for the Dark Shrine. Ooh, Observer gets spotted. Oh no! The second Observer does pull away. Does pull away in time. Does pull back. Bjorn pushing forward. Catching out a couple of Zealots. Nice little Pico Silver Bjorn. Force Field will slow him down. Locks down part of the army. Better trade here for Trigger. It does catch him out. Zealots take him in from behind, and Bjorn, he overextended. Did overextend. Bleeds out his Marines, his Marauders. Bjorn is in trouble. And Trigger, he can reinforce. Remember, he has 10 gates. And Bjorn, he pulls away. He has to pull the boys. And Trigger, he's going for the kill. Does charge in. Catches out the Fire, the Marauders, the SCVs. And Bjorn, he's bleeding out too much. Bleeding out far too much, and he will lose the third. Third base is forfeit. Bjorn is stuck on 2 bases. Trigger expanding forward here to the center of the map. Let's go. Very interesting 4th base is what I will say. Very interesting. Trigger pokes in. Again, Bjorn is being starved out. He needs to expand. He needs that third. But it's not happening. It's just not happening here. I'm gonna go caught out in the center. I mean, that's how deadly these bridges can be. As his army was cut in half. And again, that's one of those things where, you know, you learn as you play out the map a little bit more, as you get used to it. Use some of those locations. Trigger taking the high yield Vespian Gas Geyser. Bjorn claiming his third. Brings him into the main. Going for the massive warp in. The warp in will complete. And ideally, this does distract Bjorn. And Trigger, he's going for the third. He's going for the kill. He dives forward, collapses on the Marauders. Up. Might just going up. Decent connections. But Zelzai peel off into the mineral line. They don't quite get too many SCVs though. Bjorn, he's holding. He is holding on. Oof. Prism is turned back. Is zoned away. Bjorn getting some momentum here. Maintains his third base, building up his bio army. Now, the biggest concern for how Trigger's been playing is that Trigger, he did delay splash damage, intentionally so. As we mentioned, typically the Protoss player would stay on a lower gateway count and switch into Colossus sooner. Meanwhile, for Trigger, I believe this first Colossus is still, or sorry, second Colossus is on the way. So this Colossus count is still very low, so very limited splash damage for Trigger. Ideally, he did want to end the game sooner, but he didn't. He failed to end the game, and now Bjorn, he has, I would say, he's building up a greater army here. So Trigger, he kind of missed his window. Now, thankfully, he has the high yield gas geyser, so he's able to build up his Colossus. Second Robo's on the way. The game will continue. The game will continue from here. Both players are building up. Trigger, he's the first to max. Bjorn not too far behind him. As DTs that do waddle into the mineral lines, so last series detection. So not too effective. Likewise, this army from Trigger still very gateway heavy. Oh, moving forward. Hustling forward. Likewise shuts down some of those marauders. Also don't quite get into the mineral line. So far, Bjorn's holding on. Trigger looking for a way in. Oh, he does get into the mineral line though. Those swipes, they're insane. SVs are going down, and here come more zealots. He opens up the area. Third Colossus has arrived. Collapse on the main army. And last Bjorn, he melts. He cannot fight this head on. Not like this. Not out in the open. Not with the Colossus, not with 3 of them. And with that, GG gets called. Trigger, he overwhelms. And Trigger, he will take the series 3-0. Becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. It's been a while. Congratulations. Congratulations to Trigger, as he is a previous champion, but I feel like it's been months, if not longer here, since we have seen him claim the win. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Trigger. Actually, my apologies. The last win for Trigger was actually beginning of February. So it's been just over a month. Just over a month here. Again, we've been seeing more wins from Bjorn, Ryung, and Skillus as of late. But Trigger, he does wrap it up here in a very strong showing 3-0. I do feel like some of these maps did play a part, or maybe some of the unfamiliarity with these maps did play its part here in these matches in the series. But GG, well played. Trigger, he will claim it. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, GG, well played. So I'm just asking Trigger. I'm having a little impromptu interview with Trigger via text, of course. I was asking him if he had any preferences when it came to the new maps, when it came to the new TLMC maps for the time being that we featured here tonight. And Trigger doesn't have too many. He isn't too fond of the healing zone though. If you remember, there's a healing zone on which map is it? There's a healing zone on, was it Persephone? Yeah, on Persephone. And he isn't too fond of the idea of that just because it favors an aggressing player. I do agree that it would favor them. Unfortunately, we didn't actually see it today. Like, we never saw anyone make use of the healing pads or the healing zones. But that is a feature on Persephone. If you recall, Bjorn had opportunities but never quite made use of it. I don't think he was aware. I don't think he was aware of the healing zones. But yeah, so far, Trigger, he has no other like strong thoughts so far. Actually, you know what? I'll ask Bjorn. I'll ask Björn, do you have any thoughts on the new maps, Pappy? I'm curious to hear his perspective as well. It's still quite early there. Still quite early. Yeah, Björn, he's saying that he doesn't know yet because he hasn't played enough. He hasn't played enough on the new maps. Fair, 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 fair. Fair enough. Would you like... Actually, I'll ask both of them. Would you like 3-player maps to come back? Trigger and Björn. Curious. Curious. Obviously, like, as a pro player, they probably... I would imagine they probably wouldn't want, like, any risk of RNG to be a factor. But, yeah. So, Trigger, he says, it seemed fine, but I don't like RNG in the early game. Yeah, that's... I would imagine the pro players would not be fond of a 3-player spawn map because of the RNG factor of it. That makes sense. But at the same time, though, it'd be exciting. And I would say that's a stronger argument for not having 4-player spawn maps. I think we can get away with 3-player spawn maps. There is going to be a sense of RNG, 100%. But I want to believe that's something that the game can sustain. And would still benefit the scene. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, okay. So Trigger, he says that he doesn't like early game RNG, so he's not too fond of it. He thinks it's okay, but he's not too fond of it. Björn says that he's in favor of adding 3-player spawn maps. It's good to diversify the aspects. Okay. So a stronger positive stance from Björn. Meanwhile, Trigger, he's a little bit more lukewarm on the idea. He's like, like it seemed good, but you know, I'm still concerned. Okay. Okay. GG. Okay, GG, well played. But yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool to hear their perspectives. Would 3+ player spawn maps be more acceptable if it was revealed where the opponent spawned? I don't like that because I feel like that gets rid of the point. Like, the people want 3-player spawn maps because they want that RNG aspect. If you reveal where the player is, then what's the point, right? Why not just make like a bigger map? So I think that RNG aspect is something that some players won't enjoy, but it's something that comes with it, and that's what people want, right? Pro players' opinion shouldn't really matter that much. It should be up to the casters, more importantly, the audience. I think you can have a nice balance between the opinions of all the people, right? Like, I think it's not a bad idea to kind of factor all those opinions in when it comes to your overall decision, right? You can have some people against it, but if something like the opinion of like casters or audience members or other factors overwhelm that, then you can still go for it anyway, right? I think it's still a good idea to hear from them. To hear from their opinions. Still a good thing. I think I probably would prefer to always know enemy spawn and specters want RNG. Yeah, 100%. What I should say is there's always going to be, and there should always be, this tension, this back and forth between pro players wanting the most standard maps possible and casters and content creators and the more entertainment side of things wanting the most diverse maps possible, right? And then you meet in the middle, right? That's the push and pull that we want, right? We want this kind of like to factor into what maps we kind of land on and what we decide on, right? And ideally we meet in the middle. You could argue that for too long, for too many years, it was too much in favor of like the pro players where the maps were getting a little bit stale and we were getting more and more like standardized maps. I do think there was a period, especially during the COVID era of StarCraft, where that was the case. But it does feel like the needle's being pushed, back towards the center, if not slightly more towards like the more entertainment side of things. But like you always want that tug of war, like you always want that like push and pull sort of stuff, and like you compromise, right? That's the idea. That's the goal. Well, that's the hope, I should say. If either side wins, the audience ends up losing. Exactly, for sure. You want to end up somewhere in the middle. And like that compromise would be like, oh, like in a 9 map pool, maybe you have like 3 standard maps, you have like a couple of quirky maps, maybe like 1 or 2 crazy maps. Like you want that diversity in a map pool, right? We'd have 3 player spawns and 6 worker starts. I'm still on the fence when it comes to changing up the worker counts. I don't know if that fixes the issue that we currently have. But I haven't seen enough of like the early worker count games to really know whether or not like it actually like diversifies the early game enough. I haven't seen enough to like have a strong stance on that. Will get systematically downvoted by the pros. Well, that's why it's important to hear, and it's really nice to hear that, oh, Bjorn, he's for 3-player maps. Like he understands that it's important to have like a diverse map pool. That's nice. It is nice. I prefer restoring the bases to full minerals over 6 worker start instead of half the patches being halved. Makes 1 to 2 base play way more viable, IMO. Sure. I mean, there's some pros and cons to it. Like, I just haven't seen enough to have like a strong stance either way. But regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Trigger for becoming this week's champion. And again, you know, when it comes to our back and forth here, Trigger, he has been improving so much over time. But of course, the X factor is the fact that we are featuring some new maps, and we will continue to feature them next week as well. This week we featured 8 maps in this tournament map pool, but there are 16 in total. Like that, mate. There are 8 other maps we haven't even seen in Sparkling Tuna Cup, and that is going to be the case next week. So we have split the map pool in half, 8 this week, the other 8 next week. That's the current plan for the next 2 weeks. Voting for TLMC still has not opened up. It's still not open. It's still not yet open to the public. Just as a heads up. Just as a reminder. But they will open up soon. So be aware of that. Be aware of that, of the Team Liquid map contest. Again, if you're in the chat, you will have a vote. You'll have a say with what maps you want to see, with what maps you enjoyed watching, and what maps you want in the map pool. Personally, I still haven't seen it enough. I still am very keen on voting for Lost Fantasy. I'm tempted to go for Sandworm as well. But again, I've seen like maybe a handful of games on each map, and I'm looking forward to casting and watching more of these maps over the next 2 weeks. Likewise, this week we also have some more StarCraft coming up ahead of us. Switching our things over, let's catch up. Let us catch up. Bam, here we go. We have our weekly schedule here, and of course we are going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday. That is going to be later on tomorrow, but in an hour, in like 50 minutes time, there is the Euthermal 2v2 tournament. Euthermal's 2v2 tournament is in 50 minutes, and we won't be casting it. We are going to be adminning, though. We do work behind the scenes on Euthermal's tournaments, so that is going to be at least what we're up to in the next hour. We won't be casting ourselves. Of course, it's going to be casted by Steadfast and by Euthermal. They're both going to be streaming their POVs. We'll be casting it via replays. So we're going to be live at some point this week with the replay cast of that 2v2 event. Otherwise, you can watch it live over on Euthermal and Steadfast's channel. And again, we won't be we're going to be working behind the scenes, just adminning, making sure everything runs smoothly, and making sure that everything goes as planned. It's typically a big bracket pack. It's a big bracket. So that's our plan here for the next hour. I should say, starting in the next hour. It's typically like a 5-6 hour event. So we're going to be all over that. Likewise, tomorrow is the Wardy TV Monday. Likewise, we also have on Tuesday is going to be the Pegasaur Monday. We have Code for Giants Cup. Tenacious Turtles Hustle is this Thursday. And fun fact, during that event, we will also feature the Team Liquid map contest maps. So we're going to be featuring these maps as often as we can to give you as much information as you can before you vote, right? Again, it is public voting for who you want to kind of place first, second, third, fourth for your rankings of the Team Liquid map contest maps. It's public voting, so again, everyone's vote counts. Everyone's vote does count. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We're going to be seeing you next time here on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who can we send everyone over to? Where are we dropping?
Defensivas y ofensivas.
Oh, I see. We've been giving some love to Enki recently. I'm tempted to raid Enki. Enki is casting Clem versus Max. He's also covering the Wardy TLMC event. Who else? Who else is live? We'll find someone. We'll find someone to raid. So give them some love, give them some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time for some more StarCraft. See you soon. See you soon, Bobby. See you soon. See you next time. Ciao. Ciao.